What do you hear now? Mic test, mic test.
Go for it. They are really eager. Yeah.
Well, one day.
That's nicely up there. So it's all good. Yep. It's a nice.
Right here, babe?
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check.
It's definitely a nice stop.
What time am I supposed to start? 9 o'clock.
Mhm.
It's a minute. All right. That doesn't look like 25 people, does it?
No, 2, 4, 6,
Because they're
12 people.
I've heard of big climate port where we live in, the perfect storm, the boat came out of Alport. We're a fishing community. There's a dry space there. Awful.
Well, look at those in there too.
Summertime.
Okay.
The public beaches.
Same as always, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah, we do.
It'll take us till 11:30, 12 o'clock to finish.
Yeah, I did not.
So you will learn lots of different things. You will be given lots of choices. So pay attention. A lot of the knitting is personal choice call. Because I like one way doesn't mean you're going to like it. So always try different ways of doing things. For today in this class, I want everyone to do it my way. Okay? That way we're all on the same page. We're all doing the same thing. I don't have this person doing one kind of heel and this one doing a different kind of heel and so on. So I want everybody to do it my way. Okay? Now there's many ways to do setups. A lot of you have, I guess I forgot to dig that one piece out. So a lot of you have some form of this. Okay, it's the setup piece that comes with your machine if you have an older machine. Okay, I used this for years and years and years because when I started in the 80s, this stuff, there was no internet, there was no groups to get together with, there was nothing, pretty much on my own. So I used this a lot. And then we got into the knitted setups and other things that people have come up with. So you can take the setup of your choice and hang it on your machine and get it set up and start some waste yarn on there. And you should have 2 colors of yarn. And all you're going to do is hang these loops on every other needle. To get started, you really only need to put something on every other needle.
Ready. We can fix the sound. Is your microphone on?
Oh, on.
It's on.
Now, as you're hanging your setup, when you get to where the needles are in the cylinder, you're going to crank around so you can. Okay, I have mine set up and ready to go. So you notice that I have a couple spots here where it's goofy. I think it fixed itself here. What it was doing is 2 of them were knitting as 1 stitch and it makes it bigger, wider. So It picked up and fixed itself, so that's okay. Normally what I do then is I take the yarn off of one needle and then it'll pick up and knit like it's supposed to, okay? So if you need to crank 15, 20 times around before you start your project, that's okay, because it's just your waste yarn. All righty? Everybody to that point where we got our stuff? Okay, so they're getting her machine set up, so we'll keep moseying along here. We're gonna play with our tension, and everybody panics when they have to change their tension. They don't want to. It knits beautifully right like that. I'm not doing that. Well, unfortunately, yarns aren't designed that way to all be knitted the same. Okay, so you should learn not to be so afraid of changing the tension. Okay? So for me, on most of the machines, when you want a bigger stitch, you will turn it clockwise. Okay? So I want you to turn it clockwise a couple clicks and then knit a couple rounds. And you can right away see that it is bigger. The loops are bigger, the little holes are bigger. So if you're working with a fatter yarn, you'll need to make the stitches bigger. Okay?
Dan, take your hold in just a minute. You got some that are kind of having connection with loaner machines.
Oh, all right.
I mean, if we can get them so they can listen to you, we can't work there.
So if you want to try playing with your tension, and then because we only moved it 2 clicks, you can move it 2 clicks back and you should be where you were at. So by turning it counterclockwise, I'm trying to see where they're at back there.
Numbers represent on the tension, the 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's just to give you, to know how far and how much, like number 1 is in this position. So I moved it 2 spots. It just gives you a reference to know where you turned it and whatnot. Most of the time, you're probably not going to move it more than 2 or 3 clicks, unless you have a really huge difference in your yarn. Okay? So I have socks here. This particular sock was made on a 60, and I just used waste yarn. It was a sample piece I was helping set up where you can get certification for your knitting. Okay. So this was part of the beginner one, and you had to change colors and do different things. But this was done on a 60 with just waste yarn. Okay. This pair was done on an 80, which most people don't like. They're like, it's too big. So when knitting on an 80, if you use finer yarn, so this is 2 strands of a fine yarn, and it will get down more into the size of a sock you can wear. So yarn is everything on these machines. How big something turns out, how little it turns out, it's all dictated by the yarn you use. Okay, so I can get something way too big on the 60. So then I have to figure out what yarn it is. Can I change the tension? If not, maybe I have to knit it something else. I have been known to push it where I have to put 2 weights on my stuff, which I don't promote using two. I promote one, your stem weight, use just enough weight to make your machine work. Okay, so these are just some samples of where yarn and changing your tension dial makes a difference. And after the class, if you want to come look at these, you certainly can.
Question,
Yeah,
how much weight should they have on their soft bone?
one stem weight, that's all I use. One stem weight, okay? And for my stuff, I mostly use one stem weight. So all you're doing by putting more weight on is stretching the yarn. And then when you take it off, that yarn is gonna go back to its original shape. And you're gonna take that sock and go, oh, it's not gonna fit me. Because it shrunk back down. You do want to, so you wanna be careful with weight. You don't wanna use too much in trying to do this stuff. Are we caught up back there yet? George is on the floor. That's not good. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about changing color. What's the best way to change colors? You can splice it. You can do Russian joins. You can do whatever. I just simply take the threads and cross them so a couple of needles knit both colors. And it's kind of a simple thing to do. And yet it works. My stuff all stays put. So I'm just going to snip this. And I'm going to put my white in. And I'm going to take the orange yarn and I'm going to lay it across 3 or 4 needles. And then drop it inside. Okay. I'm then going to take my white and thread it. I'm going to drop that inside and I am going to put my finger here so that it falls into the needles that the orange are in also. Okay, so when I knit, then it's going to knit more than one color. And that will lock your stuff in place. Now, where there's a color change, you'll see a little pitch mark. There is a way to eliminate that. You just go back, you take your yarn ends and you pull on them a little bit and tighten up those 2 stitches. And what it does is even it out so it's a straight line instead of a pitched up line. You take your 2 ends and you pull on them lightly so that they tighten up those stitches. The reasoning behind that is those stitches are looser. So that's why you get the little hiccup looking thing. So if you pull on them, you don't want to pull super tight because it will put a tight mark feel there. So you want to make sure you don't pull too tight, but you pull a little to tighten those up so that's not such a accented piece. Okay, so. All right, so I have 7 rounds on here already. I'm going to take it to 10. And I want you to try and get yours to 10 also. All right, this is a small exercise on using your tools to move stitches. Okay, so we're gonna do about half the cylinder. I'm gonna have you transfer every other needle next door. Okay, so I pull mine out a little bit and there's a small hole behind the needle. I grab that stitch and I move it next door. Okay? And if you're into knitting super tight, this can be difficult. This can give you a decorative edge along your top. It is also what you need to do to get your, to make a setup on it.
You said you had.
I just bought this morning.
Oh, you just got it?
I'm giving it some that.
Sit with that. And you only want us to do half of those ones.
Just do about half, yeah. So you can kind of see what it does without doing the whole cylinder. Close enough. Okay. Do you have a problem or
It's okay, I'm getting it fixed.
let me see what's going on?
No, I'm getting it fixed. Someone's coming to help me.
Oh, this isn't your machine?
Yeah, it is, but it's the tensions.
Well, we can fix tension, but do you have the weights for it? I don't have your weights on.
No, because I'm just putting this on.
Don't take the back wheel. Starters. Great. There. Okay, once you've transferred half those needles, I want you to knit 10 more rows. Okay? Okay, reduce it and get the whole as best you can. All right? Part of the reason nothing happened there, did you have your weights on when you did this? Because you have to pull on it or you have to just walk it without weights anyway.
Well, I don't know, I said, I can.
I don't know.
So,
The screw won't stay in place, so I don't know if the screw is straight or if you put another.
Let me just go grab it.
All right,
Let's start with that.
you know what it's doing?
Well, no, and I'll say that's what you're gonna do. Yeah, actually, I couldn't get to anything. I kind of.
Yeah, it needs to be knitting looser,
Right.
but this pops up or it goes. This, the V-cam doesn't want to stay in place. Okay, so did everybody get 10 more rounds done? Oh, come on. And you want to stop just before. You don't want to go all the way around to exactly where you started. You want to be back a few stitches. So like I started at 6 o'clock, so I'm stopping back here at about 9 o'clock. Okay?
How's everybody doing? This slotted thing.
That's good. That's good.
My business.
No, I'm in. I will go once more.
Hey, how about fresh? Oh, but I don't think that'll.
This is what. I didn't just, it's not, I was reaching. I don't know that I'm. It's happening. It's range like. Problems the chairs. It does take, it does like. Just not nice. I understand. Yeah. Okay, so let's try that. Okay. It could be the most, I don't know. Are you guys? You're gonna have a problem. No, I'm not here color. Yeah, because I got it first now. I can't get it on. Well, something, you know, first day with somebody else, that last day was you. I'll work. So you can, if we can change that one.
I think I'm going to text some friends.
All right. That's.
Somebody to know. Okay, we have enough people, let's get finished, so we can move on, okay? Okay, we are going to talk about hanging a hem. Now, in order to do this, your waist yarn color has to be drastically different than the yarn you're knitting with. If it is not, you can't see the stitches clearly to pick them up and hang them. All right? So you're going to take your weight off. We're going to lift up. And we're going to take, you have a white line here and an orange line here. Orange is my waist yarn, so I'm picking up white. And you want to take and pick it up and hang it on the needle that it corresponds with. Now, if you know where you started your yarns, you should be able to pick it up and put it on the exact stitch. Purpose behind this is if you're off 3 stitches or 4 stitches, your hung hem will bias. So you don't want it to bias, so we are going to try real hard to pick it up, go straight up and pick it up and hang it. And yes, you have to hang it on every needle. Okay, I've hung it as far as it can go. So you have to have weight for this to knit. So I'm gonna put my fingers in this pocket so I can keep knitting. Until all my needles are out of the cylinder. And then I'm just gonna continue hanging my white bars.
Turn attention to all of them.
And you should end up where you started. Okay, I got all mine hung. Everybody else got theirs hung up, ready to go. You're gonna put your weight back on. If you're not totally caught up, don't worry. Well, I have to move at a certain pace so we don't get done. They don't want to keep you till noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So then you're going to carefully knit around and make sure all those doubled up stitches knit, okay? And then I want you to knit about 30 rounds. You don't have to be super exact or anything. Where is it? Looks like I lost on my helper. So when you have 30 or so rows on there, I want you to stop in the front of your machine between your halfway marks. Okay? Wherever that falls. Give people time to catch up a little.
I'm very good at that. I don't think about it. That's kind of the problem. Okay. I turned the wrong way and then everything fell off. Yep, yeah. But here, it's like, and you can only go so far you go. Pulling your initial, so you go just far enough that into. I know what that's not. Me, that's good. We 30 minutes. Thank you. A little Christmas on the right? I did it. I gave it best. This would be like a top. So that's just why when we were going to tell us. What is it? So you're not gonna stop there, you can stop. I'll go through my heart to my thing. Cheers. Yeah. Cause I got. Yeah. Once you get there, just frog it out.
Sounds fine.
I get to the heels. I can hang it on my foot. I don't think that is your.
Okay, we're gonna move on. We have enough people that are far enough that we can do this, and the others, when you get to points, you can ask questions, raise your hand. You know, one of us will get there to help you. So now we're going to talk about heel shaping. Okay, we're going to practice the heel. And on the heel, you need extra weights or something to pull down, because as you create that pocket, you have so much fabric here that the weights no longer are doing anything. So we have multiple choices when it comes to doing the weights. This is an original from the machine. And this style you could pull on. Some people got an extra set of weights and would hang it on there. You can also buy a single weight. This one happens to be from Dave Kettman. I don't know if he's doing them much anymore, but I do believe Rick Grayson said they'd be willing to sell a single, just the weight without cord. So if you have one of these and that's what you're going to be using, I recommend getting that. You can also get washers and stack washers on there to get the weight you need also. So that's sometimes a little simpler to get and to do things with. So that's one way. We have this was designed by Fred Hulk. He's no longer with us, but his product still is. Multiple people are making these. And all you're going to do is put it in your fabric. You slide it across the fabric and then you twist it and hang your weights. And you have to make sure you twist it the right direction. Otherwise, it'll slide out and fall in your feet. Okay, so always twist it and then pull a little to make sure it's going to hold it where you want it to be. Okay.
Hey.
Yeah. We have the, of course, heel fork. Now, most of the time, I only use 2 heel forks when I'm using heel forks. Some people like 3. If you're using 4 and 5, you are placing them in the right position. So you should never need more than 3. Exactly what they normally sell you is 3. So that should be all you need to do your, it's just moving them and setting them in the right place. Okay. And the biggest thing with these is everybody wants to put them way up at the top. That's the wrong placement. You need to be down 1.5 inches or 2 inches. And then when you pull on it, it should cover a big area. Okay? If you hang it right at the top, you're covering about 5 stitches and the rest of these have no weight. Okay? So always hang them 1.5 inches to 2 inches down. Okay, so those are your choices. And this last one is actually my favorite. This also came with what I call the newer machines by the Gerhardt Company. The machines that were designed in the 20s usually had this, and the older ones not necessarily. And this is set inside here. And I'm going to push on that with my fingers. And I feel like I have more control because I don't need poundage on here. I don't have to push that hard. I just need to push enough to make it work. So I use this all the time when I'm shaping heels or toes. No, no, it's not designed to have weight. If you look at a manual from back then, they show pushing it with your hand. Yep, I have one right here.
I didn't know what it was.
I worked with Ed. He wanted the 3D printed, and so he did this and he has this. The only difference in them is the angle of the teeth to go in the fabric. So you can't just like, I took, because mine are angled down. I took and can just set it in there, okay? For his, you have to kind of tip it. I can get my hand right there so you can, and you can still see. You tip it a little and then tip it down. So you see how I'm caught up in here? So that's the only difference with using this, but it works really well.
Is it still called a heel fork or is it got a different name?
These?
Yes.
No, they're just called a heel hold down.
Heel holder, okay.
Yep, heel hold down. So, yeah, and he has a style of this because some of the machines are different. The Gerhardts are different from the auto knitters and are different from this one and that one. So he has two different sizes or kinds so that you get the right one.
So you don't, because it's never, that was a dumb question. In my head, it was like, or 60 or 54, but the cylinders are all the same size.
Yeah, they're all like 4.5 inches, you know? So anyway, these are a lot of your choices. As far as heel hold downs go. And you can try the different ones, but by all means, use the one that works for you. This is another personal choice call. You use the one that works for you, okay? Because this works for me and I absolutely love it, doesn't mean it's going to work for the next person. By all means, try it. You are welcome to try this one. But, you know, if it doesn't really work for you, then use what you were using before. It's, that's why I say so much of this is personal choice call. You have choices, okay? Now, they also have a half moon for lifting up stitches. And of course, this morning I couldn't find mine, but I think you all know what I'm talking about, okay? Ed also makes one, if you're interested. Works just as well. You come over here and it just lifts up everything all the way around, okay? So if you don't have one of these and you're interested in one, go see Ed. Okay? So those are all, so what I need you to do now is to lift up what I refer to as the back half of the needles. I always shape my heel and toe on the front. What happens then is my Kitchener stitching's across the top. Okay? Maybe you're not so great at Kitchener stitching and you don't want that to show. If that's the case, you shape one on the front and you shape the other one on the back. Okay, that puts your Kitchener stitching on the bottom so that you don't have to. So if you're not the greatest, there's also, if you have a stripe design, you know, a pattern work in your yarn. And if you stitch it together on the top, sometimes that breaks the pattern and doesn't look good. So that's again an instance where you would maybe do one on the front and one on the back. And it really doesn't matter which way you do it. If you're used to doing it on the back, by all means, do it on the back. You know, I'm not going to tell you you can't do that. You can do that. Again, personal choice call jumps in there. So I want you to lift up the back half of your needles because for now we're doing it my way. And then we're going to finish knitting that round by going around and make sure that all your needles are out of the gearworks. Okay, it's not in the cams anywhere. And I'll have this stuff up here so you all can look at it. If you want to run up and take a look later. Okay, so I always lift a needle up on the side that the yarn is on. Okay, so I'm lifting up a needle. And then you're going to come back and knit it. See what happens when I go to come back? That's what your uptake is for. This is your heel uptake. And they've been playing with mine again, so now I gotta adjust it a little bit. Okay, so now it should take up that slack for you. And then you're gonna knit around. And no, I didn't add my other weight things yet. Then we're gonna lift another needle and we're gonna go back. Okay, so now this is the point where you're going to put some kind of weight on. I actually can go a few more rounds back and forth before I have to put it on. But that's because I actually put my hand under here and pull it myself. So if you have a bad habit of doing that too, you're welcome. So I'm gonna show you this because some people, that's all we got. And you have to be able to adjust it just a little bit. But you're gonna kind of divide this into thirds and then hang this where the line is to mark the thirds. So we're going up on the outside to the inside. And we're gonna poke that in there. And again, it needs to be down a couple inches in order for the weight to spread across all the needles. And I'm gonna lift my needle up, and how do I know if I did that or not? Well, if you pull your yarn out and it's between an up needle and a down needle, you didn't lift anything. If you lift it up, it will actually be between two up needles. Okay? So we're going to go back and forth doing this. Just lifting up and going back, lifting up. Okay, no, that's okay. I'll walk around a little and help people. Okay. This is.
I think Ed, so the vendors will be on the other room. And I think he mentioned the name for so yes, for this one. Oh, I don't know because I think this was like an old version. Yeah, this is a 3D printed one. Yeah, there's a vendor there that 3D prints a lot of stuff. I saw the name. Oh, okay. I did this. This is my
That's good. I think what I did was I pulled these here, and then we give them. Oh, yeah. Now maybe that's like these. Yes. Three, that should not, you're good. It's good. And I do have to see if I can do it. Yeah, I'll just bring it back somewhere. And this, so I'll say, and then. So I think that's why I can do. Yeah. I have a subject. Okay. And I wasn't, right, so, yeah, and I. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. My son, like, no, there's these bars, right here, shooting just a little. Yeah. And I can do that by these things. I so I think that science right now is just like the way to keep it. That's what it is. Yes, people based. And I think we were, it's pretty certain. And I'm sure that I know it's stressful. Look, it's there. This I have is a lot of. Yeah. Okay, so where is it going to be down? On right now. And I'm. That's spring. So just getting on certain stuff. It's great for the spots. Yeah. And then I can. Not all the way there. Okay. I think you should have a free scale here. So. Go on. Right on the way there. I feel like that's. All right. And it was 6, and I'm 6. Well, and it's not the end. Oh, you're using. You can go back, right? But I have a lot of it. I have a lot of it together. Why did they? Because it's, you know, grass, that's you. I must be not saying. It's a lot of work. I need to. Not. When years were your first? Then we're being on long and we would buy one. Okay, so why are we right? So I had there I just but I don't figure out that it's right where I was. Okay. And so I see I can't see it's not silly. I there's not behind it. You just said. Yeah, I just say that this is right. Oh. I just want to think about it. It's okay. One that's one on the side. Well, as long as here are. They're getting there. Yeah, I don't have to get much better done. It looks like to be fast, just getting on. As they seem to be. All right. So the last needle doesn't fit on the side. I would put it out there and you know, it's like when I would do that. As you tell me, it was some place of intention. Get it to rise and to still. So, you're not on it, but she's having a sit down. It's on the side, so I have very. Yeah, sorry. That's not, yeah. Okay. Sit on the patient sometimes. I don't know. I'll have sterile. So, yeah. Oh, I'm just gonna one. How do I do it? Get more inconspicuous.
Okay, I'm gonna talk about pushing the needles down. When I do mine, I do it the opposite of everybody else. I push them down on the opposite side of where the yarn is. Okay? The opposite side and knit across. 2 reasons. One, these stitches you have lifted up are tight generally. And so sometimes you have to, when you first come to them, you have to hit it a little to get it motivated. This way you have the momentum going and it will knit that through with no problems. Okay? So,
Can I ask you a question?
sure.
Because I'd be confused on that, because I do it differently. So
Yep.
when you knit across, you raise on the right, you knit across, and you raise on the left, and you knit across, right?
Yeah,
You
you,
finish that second row, so you have to get it across. So then you raise on the up, or you push down on the opposite.
Yep.
Okay, so you have to knit across that last row.
Yep.
And that's exactly what we did. I mean, it's knit across.
Yep.
So this.
Okay.
I just came across, this is just the one, so then it goes back and stop, and then we're gonna start to go back in.
So the second reason I do that is because I'm a little on the lazy side. And I don't like taking the time to wrap that needle before I go across, pushing it down and wrapping it. So if I do it on the side the yarn is on, I have to, in order for the yarn to hopefully catch that first stitch, you have to wrap the yarn so that it's coming across in front of it and not sitting next door, and it's just going to knit and leave that one sitting there. So that's a lot of reason why people drop stitches in the corner. So highly recommend that. So I want you to keep pushing them down on the opposite side. And if you have a stitch that messes up, you're just gonna take and re-knit it. So when you push the last one on the left side down and you knit across, I want you to stop there, okay?
So when you're switching over the opposite side, you don't wrap.
Nope, you don't have to do the wraps to make sure it's, the yarn can be kept on, okay?
Okay, all right. I've never.
It is. Yes.
Oh, I must have this stations. Darn it.
Coming down. So expensive. This is the one you raised. I don't know which one you're on this. You bought this one. Well, you're on. Yeah.
I do know. See how that really can't setting that. Out of two that we used to do this. Yeah. He's at many times.
Go on. Needle. And all this on. So I go to the. There's supposed to be a bump.
Fast.
Yeah.
You don't get I don't even remember. I'm just excited. Actually, it's easier. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna use that one now. Right. I can tell it is, but so everything out of sorry, if you were like, I'll just like. If it's speaking on the video. This one here. How do you bring up this? That tells me that these are. So like on this, everybody's down on this. Do I want that back? Stop. Oh, okay. I know that she. We just, we're just running. And it's nice. This is. Yeah, you're gonna have this. But over these now. So I just need to. Sorry. So here's. Right. And then this is. And it seems. Stop. This is where you're able to come around a little. With that, I was listening to that. And I'm doing every single rules. As you can see, it says I have to say this. And exactly one of the things we know. Or the Catholic. Why is this here? It's only been the 30. It's not much. No. I just say. Ready and I've tried. Okay. I was rushing because the checked into my phone. Yeah. I've got you guys project one here. And I'm like, I don't care. I'll be the right to Right in the house, that's 8:30. Yeah. Yeah, she does the best. There. I usually schedule it with Seth, rather than. And I send it. Okay, I gotta see what's. So we have 14 texts. It's like that. No. Okay. Yeah, but you're working on. You're. Bring her back. Sorry. I'm gonna hold here for her. Like, yeah, you have to go far. You don't want to see it. It's fine. My whole spring thing did work. I can first is that it's not certain why it's all that she comes out to the fix it. Well, yes, I feel that's all I do. So it's actually really fun. Yeah, like so I use it at these on the sausage. Saying that yeah, we're gonna now look to the go back to okay. All right. That's what she told me. And I go, yeah. But yeah, you're gonna just schedule the next. Yeah. Just back. Okay. So. I just because we're gonna get along. See how yeah. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I should probably need how much is a lot of things. I oh, like I said, don't get it's like you should have really fast first before we get to that. Yes, there. That's usually actually lost his Texas ones. So it's a little bit hard because I do it all. It's their favorite. Anyway, yeah, I already it was orange again. It's yeah, that's right. You're having push all of the. I said I'm the whole lot. Oh, no, but on that, just one more just right. Really, the big to see that just my day. You really have something here. Yeah. I should was the, she put a lot of stuff. Yeah, she said this one, you know, yeah, but they don't, from that. Oh, okay, so friends. Yeah, you go to sad. It's just, they see that. There's no way, all back. I think I'm a church. And I think it's like. Okay, and I think that's why. Keeps going, yes. Resorting to. Easy to see. When I was doing this. My husband was excited. No, now that's like, he's retired. It's. Okay. Thanks. That's. And That's just. She already was, like, she had, she had her like. And I see what she's. I went around. Yeah. Okay, the reason why I have. That was, that Oh, good. I mean, yeah, so they said, I don't know why. That one question was. So we're talking about. And we said, come on. But it doesn't break down. I say, so this is the one I was. And not one of the rest of this. And I get to them because it's also. So it's actually a computer signals. But I did whip it up and down with one. And it's very, it does very nice. Because I feel sorry. Because I'm saying.
Before you end, we have some questions online.
Okay,
Yeah, you want to do it now or after?
let me get them started on something else, and then we'll do questions from online. Okay, everybody ready? We're gonna move on. You should have finished your toe and knit about 30, 40 rows. Or knit your heel and do 30, 40 rows. Now we're gonna knit our toe. A toe is basically the same thing as a heel. Okay, so we're gonna lift up half the needles. And again, I'm doing mine on the back half. We're gonna catch our uptake. And we're gonna lift the first needle on the side that the yarn is on and knit across. Lift and knit. And at this point, you decide where you feel the need to start using your heel hold downs or your whatever you're using for the forks, the whatever.
Is that opposite of what we did to the heel?
Nope, we're doing exactly like we did on the heel.
Okay, so where do you start? How many down first?
You're going to lift up half the needles, just like before.
Okay, yeah.
Lift up half. Finish knitting across. Put your uptake on. Lift one needle on the side that the yarn is on. And then knit. Okay. Lift again on the side that the yarn is on. And knit. Okay, so you're going to knit back and forth. Now on your toes, everybody's toes are different, of course. So some people need more glue there, and some people need less. So when it comes down to how many stitches do we go down to, you have to do it, say at 12, and see how that fits your foot. Maybe you need it to only go down to 14. Or maybe you need it to go down to 10. This is all judgmental by your toe, and how they fit in there. Okay? So just for general purposes, I usually take mine down to 12. And there are people who look at it differently, yes, I know that. But that's what works for me. Okay? So to keep it kind of the same as this, go down to 12 and back out. But go down when you're taking them up out of work. When you do the last one, I want you to stop. Okay? It's the opposite. No, it's pretty. Rack is what and then just go. Oh. I'm here. Well, you forgot to tell us to put the back. So I started to get a lot. I am done for you. Okay. Okay. So to get it more than right here. Here. That's okay. So we have here. And you're gonna go this one. Just don't change this is the first two. Yep. That's not true. I found it close to the book. I can't even get my mind. It'll go back for you. Yes. I don't know. I don't know how you get it. So, yes, so there is people somewhere. We want to be doing pictures. Right. If they don't have a class, I'm going to be I'm on my last. It's like stop, but I'm sitting around. It's too late. So I picked up my last. Yeah. So I looked out. I was thinking that. I looked at that. So then I had one more. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I think what the deal is. So like, I just see that it's so that this is what my guess is you'll go back to basically more glancing right now.
Well, you don't worry about the holes right now. You worry about the hole when you go back.
Okay, so I see.
Position push down on the opposite side.
And so that same time as I pull on.
I don't remember that.
I'll go with the next one. We're stacking. Okay. I'm pushing down. So yes. This is what long. Watch on the what is it?
Even like this one, we just go right. We go back. So this one is- I'm going to- because they- yeah, this out is like-
Yeah, okay, this one went down.
And I was like, they,
Yes.
and then here,
When you're ready, you start.
okay. Okay. Now,
Yeah, because of this.
I think, I think you. Take care, Sanchez.
So.
So, then we try to push you on. This is a demo round. This is okay. It's not bad. It's down right there were. That was pretty bad. It's not really fun to figure out. So this is where it looks very. It was gonna be. That's we wrong, and I don't think that is. It's too long. That's a different. Like the guys, I never know my voice. Yeah.
Back around.
Sign off. Right. And I'm very particular on one because I was like, what I did. Yeah. And share with that. But, you know, when you get $40 a year. I'm not. But I got. It's fun. It does. It is pretty. He showed me. I was like, It's now. Well, well, now I do. Very tasty. Yeah. Okay. It's just there's one thing over here. down.
Yeah, yeah.
Push. So I think I'm very good. Okay. I don't what in my next. Yeah, I didn't know. That's just me. So she has that. Yeah, but my daughter is not drafted like that. No, so I only went out and advice. But I don't see that yeah. Okay, so I guess with one, she decided to get out. Yeah. Yeah, well, I think she like that, you know, so that's just, I think it's science, so I think I was like, oh, see the part. And that's what I meant to. You know, it's all. Yeah, she's had a big one. She did dance with my dad, said that, you have it's fine, but I don't want to. I got the, I actually saw it in the program. Read the story. Raven chose this center slime sheets and secret. So I said, you know, she said about the site, she liked it, so she was one day after school, sewing school. And it's really nice, it's all very, because she's like, big, I got like, yeah, just wrap that basket. Some pillows, so she's moving some stuff. They have been a routine. So, like, I thought I saw enough to go. You guys good here? Yeah, I'm. Sure. I don't know what that was. Like starving on those. Maybe I slept. I'm never fast forward post. I already finished it all. Okay, but one thing that you need to see, and they go, wait, I didn't cut out, they are already exposed. I don't have it, I would get in. This is. Yeah. That's got the whole feeling of we did, right? This is only 30. So, not the first. No, wait, samples on one.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that was that's my first. Yeah, I think
She just said.
I guess that's where it's nice. I love to do it. It's just been decent. Like now, it's like, yeah. When you're putting or maybe I'll let me better slogan with
Yeah.
something, it was just actually not even focused.
Yeah, I- the project.
Well, it's radiant stuff.
That's what our next year. Podcast.
It's. Oh, we can. Okay. I don't understand. Put it by my. I can sell it as a value. But I'll be pushing up. I can bring something to go. And I think still more. I think I'm going to say it's in there. If you can't, that's okay. It's the last complete. I kind of do it, but it's shot. I did you. This. Started from. I'm working myself back.
I think like.
This is what I heard last.
Yes, did all this.
No, I mean, that's. Ideally, it's busy for the. It's too big. But since you got almost. You see yourself. The lack Nothing. And actually, when you really feel.
I'm sorry, worse than that.
Oh. Oh, I like to hear. That's what I'm here. Yeah. I was very. Just with like. Oh, yes, that's very good. It's good to see. You know, love each other. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll wander a bit next week.
Okay, is everybody basically done with their toes? What was that? Okay, once you're done with your toe, you can take your piece off on waste yarn, snip it and drop it off the machine, and we'll take a look at it.
You have to knit one around or anything, or just stop?
Just stop, throw in some waste yarn and knit around. Knit some on, and we're gonna look at your sock and see how good you did.
Are we getting graded? Cause I don't.
No, Miriam.
No grading.
I just chuckles.
Why I had this happen. It's just about the beer, but I just.
I'll try it in town when we're done. That's what it looks like. You do it here.
Where you live? It's just enough on the side.
So if I, so when I swim back, yeah, you had me with on the opposite side.
No, you live on the side the yarn is.
That's why, that's why.
Yeah, you don't have the wrap here, that's why I did that.
Yeah.
Cause see, here you did do that, and that must go to that. Okay. All I can do is suggest this afternoon.
Yeah.
Try it
Yeah,
again
yeah, yeah, no, I totally will.
and see if you can get it to come out better. And you're ready.
No, so I was cranking and, it stopped engaging ears. So I feel like my handle is. So I was like, oh, look at me, I can. So I'm like. She said I didn't.
Yeah.
Like I can't, I don't have my tools, so I mean, I can, but it's. Here. I have the base, I can see lots of practice and just, yeah, find that sweet spot. We're gonna go. I think I'm gonna try to. Yeah. Yeah.
I live in a very big house. I'm like, well, that's nice.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's not because you're like, no. Yeah, you know. Yeah. Like I used to try not to eat before I was That's what I'm really about. But really, like, yeah. I might. That's just probably. Yeah. And here I feel like yeah, so I'm really. So I think so it's see the switches, yeah. Let's make this. There's no one's on the well, no, but I say that underneath that part of the hour that. Okay. So,
Yeah. That makes it much. Yeah, what? I dropped it. And then just one time. And I almost just typed things off. Based on like.
Yeah.
Didn't cut us off yet, did you?
No. You want to start with questions?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
But that's what's it. It's done. Fix it.
Is it correct that there's always one less stitch than number of needles? Stitch for that last needle. It was in the beginning of the class.
I'm sorry.
It sounds like it's, I guess I'm kind of a little confused by the question. It sounds like she's talking about Kitchener stitch. If that can happen, let you work it in, you just work it in,
Okay.
okay?
20 or 50 or something like that. There's just joking. Like, oh, like, you can see that. Yeah, sometimes it's bad. Exactly. And that's why it's like, you know, if you wish put your on.
It's called a heel hold down. And it kind of has a Superman look to it, and that's my favorite, and I use it all the time for all of my heels and toes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's just called a heel hold down.
You hold on.
You're like, everything that's a big room. That's too much. Well, like, even though.
I think that's just it.
That was it? Okay.
That's okay.
Are you done with the class?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can cut it.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
Are we streaming? I don't see us up there. Oh, there we are.
Yes.
Oh, hey, here we are. Yay. Okay. So you got it good? Are you ready?
Yes.
Are we streaming? I don't see us up there. Oh, there we are.
Yes.
Oh, here we are. Hey, we are up there. So maybe you should all look. It's amazing. Okay. That's going to be really irritating. Do you want me to go turn the volume down real quick? Okay, I'm being told we're live now. Oh, I don't see us up there. Oof. Well, that went really well. We just lost power. Okay, I'm being told we're live now. Oh, I don't see us up there. We have no video up on the cameras. Anyway, okay, so we're here with Joyce and Ed Parsons. Just lost power. Being told we're live now. What I'll let you do for the third try.
I get this set up with some yarn on it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, no problem. How long will that take you? Think? Okay. So we are here with Joyce and Ed Parsons. Actually, mostly Joyce right now. Ed is setting up a machine over there that we're going to demo. They are the ones who made the products that you saw in the last demo, the beginner's demo that we just saw, right? So what are some of those products? Let's ask Joyce here.
The needle lifter,
Let's see those here. Let's see those.
we have needle lifters in a variety of colors. We have the heel pull down that Ed was talking about. And we also have, needle covers to protect your,
So those do what now? They protect your,
the work, the needle, if you have work on needle.
okay.
Or if your machine is just idle, nothing on it, but maybe you have pets or children in the home, it just keeps everything a little safer.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay, we also have mirrors that go on the mast and of your CSM. And then you can see what's happening on the back side of your cylinder. And then we have a variety of accessories.
This is all made by you guys.
Yes. These are 3D printed for either our.
Made in the USA, no customs or duties.
That's
Okay.
right.
Don't hold me.
All either for our hat machines, which we'd be happy to show you in a minute, or for a CSF. And while we're talking 3D printing, this we did bring along a printer. Sorry, it's not running right now, but that would be a cool thing to see. People come by and just they're mesmerized.
We just got to talk to the head of IT.
Yeah.
Instead of the head of marketing. Yeah, fair enough.
While we're on this side of the room, I want to show you that we have a couple of carriers. This size is for your CSM. The sides are 3D printed. It makes it very light because those machines get heavy. And this is the size that if you have one of our handicap machines, that's the size you need for that. Okay.
Is there anything else you want to show off before we show the last machine?
No, well, sure. Let's look at the hat machine.
Well, hold on. Before we do that, it'd probably be good to show some prices. Let's show the prices down here. Everything's okay.
So the needle covers are $10. The heel hold down's 25, the needle lifters are 7, and the mirrors are 15. We have pom-pom buttons, which if you're making a hat and you want to put a pom-pom on, it's a good idea to have a button on the inside to stabilize your pom-pom.
You remove that when it's done, right? Or does it stay on the hat?
It stays on the hat.
Okay.
And that makes your pom-pom removable if you want to wash your hat. So those are 20 for $17. We have a large size and we have a small size.
Is there a website or how do they order if they're online, overseas?
JoyceKnitsAndSews.com. We currently are shipping to the US and to Canada. And
that QR code will send you straight to their website. Okay. Now let's see the machines.
So this is our handy hat machine. And Joy here is making a hat today on it for the first time. And she has cranked 200 rounds approximately to make her hat. And she's getting to the end. So once she finishes off the top here, we will put some waste yarn on and she'll have a brand new hat. She just has to close up the top and cinch it at the top like this. So it is a hat on this machine is a double thickness. This is fingering weight yarn. I also have made headband. Keep your ears warm. And then this is a hoodie. Okay, what do you like that? So let's talk about the machine a little bit. It's 132 cylinder needles. You can adjust the gauge here, looser or tighter. Works almost exactly like a circular sock machine. We also have a table organizer. So if you're kind of helps things don't get spread around all over. You want that's going to show you the swift and the winders.
It could be something that's our original.
If you can speak louder, sir. If you can. Okay, thank you.
Our original product was a phone winder, which was going through iterations. Our current electric winder is a Speedy 2.0. I've just got some waste yarn set up here to demonstrate it.
This is, whoa, 1920
In his defense, we asked him to set this up very quickly for a demo.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
That's what happens if it jams or like Ed's got his hands in the way.
Yeah, okay.
Here we go.
So this was okay. This is the river that I was like,
We can wind about 150 grams of yarn on the phone.
To be fair, anyone's gonna know how to set work, you know what I mean?
In addition to the electric winder, we also have a hand crank version back here. That's why.
okay.
Put the boom up. So it doesn't. It stays up. Stays up.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a hand crank. The electric winder is $350, and then everything packs inside here, and the box goes on over the top, so you can store it or transport it. That hand crank comes just as you see it there. There's no box for that one.
And that's
225 for that. Then, if you're winding, you want to wind from a Swift. This is our version of the Swift. Hold up the crowd and storage like that.
That's cool.
They come in a variety of colors.
Come in the same colors as what we have. We really
Okay.
$65.
Is that somebody else or is that?
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else you want to show off? Okay,
Thank you so much.
we appreciate you letting us put you on the spot with absolutely no prior notice. So where do we want to go next? Want to go talk to somebody else? Huh?
Say bye.
Bye. You got the website.
As far as like over here, pull your chairs up and. Over here. Yeah.
Whoops, I just wanted.
This way. Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did.
Something like me. I think your head might be in front of the.
Is it?
Oh,
Nope,
I don't know.
it's good. I'm short. If you look
Get over like.
4 inches towards me, it would be that.
Good. Okay.
I'll put her there.
Oh, there's at least space for a few more here. Yeah, I put you up, when she said to move, so.
I was trying to get you up.
We have 15 scheduled for this class.
I heard Jordan and Leah are on their way.
Well, is it 1:00?
It's at 1:00.
It is 1 o'clock, so too bad for them.
Yeah, do I wanna move this one?
The snooze.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do,
Yeah.
are you gonna do two, both of you gonna do the same thing?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so.
Well, no. Oh, let's see if we can listen to both of us.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Let's talk at the same time. now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, you get that half, I'll get this half, and then we'll share.
Wait, is there a handout? There's a handout.
There's a handout.
I didn't get the handout.
Where were you?
Well, I was a minute late.
I typed the class. Everybody that just came in, you knit a sock.
Yeah, I can never do it.
Finished my first pair. Okay. And did you bring your river with you? I didn't have a machine yet.
They're gonna share, the two people in my church.
Oh, okay. Well, because you will need a river to look at while we're doing this.
Okay, so.
Door.
Okay. And everybody's got a handout. And you can all see us or the screen. All right, so my name is Glennis and Lorinda is my partner in crime in the knitting world. We've been knitting for a number of years, almost 20 years. Yeah. And I don't profess to know everything, but this was before the internet and YouTube and everything. And I learned by reading the instruction book on an antique, which took me 2 years before I actually knitted anything, like got a knit stitch. And then I found a VHS tape that you could buy and learned from that. And then I was off to the races. And then I met you not too long after that. And I do not have this machine, but this is the Speedster machine that Erlbacher sells. And it's a fantastic machine. The reason I don't have this one is because when I bought my machine, this didn't exist. That is what I have as well. And they're basically the same. This is just when you crank, you go, the yarn goes around once for every crank of the wheel. And that one, it takes 1.5.
So that's the big wheel, and that one's the little wheel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that doesn't have anything to do with the ribbing. It's just to explain why there might be a few differences in how things work. Her ribber arm looks different than this one. But the basic parts are the same. And that's the first thing that you have to not be afraid of is this. And I remember when I was learning the ribber, we was another mutual friend in Des Moines. And we just sat there and we're like, okay, we're getting the ribbers out today. We're gonna do this. And lots of trial and error again. And by that time there was a YouTube available, and we watched, I think there were like 2 channels you could find cranking on, and we watched it and rewound and watched it and rewound. And after we learned it, we're like, what's the big deal? This was really not that hard. And I think the thing that most people are worried about is when your ribber is on, you can't see down in here. But if your machine is fully tuned up and you can knit with looking down in there, then you can knit not looking down in there. You know, you don't have to see down in there for this to go round and round and pick up stitches and knit, because it's all adjusted properly. So let's look at the parts. Very simple. The dial is this thing that has the slots in it. I don't know, this says 64. I think, yeah, this is a 64 slot ribber dial. So it's 1-to-1. And we'll talk about what that means later. The tappet plate is this thing on top. Okay, everybody gets that? Then there's the pin, which is just what it sounds like it is. This allows you, when you move the tappet plate, for it to move around the ribber dial and make the needles go in and out, so you get that purl stitch. The fin, I just oiled this up and it's, oh, thank you. Did not come prepared for this. The fin is this little thing hanging down. It has various names, but it looks like a fin to me, so I think most people call it a fin. And the importance of this is when you put your ribber on your machine, the fin has to go to the left of the little metal thingy, which is the ribber stop down inside your cylinder, so that it hits it and keeps this from spinning round and round and round. And that, you'll understand that later, or maybe you already do.
When you go to put it on, you have to be careful and have your hands in there checking to make sure you really do have it there. Part of the issue is that when you're doing every other needle on your cylinder, then it makes the knit so it has holes in it, and you might accidentally put it a little bit to the left.
So my rule is, if anybody knows Jimmy Buffett, he has, fins to the left. Okay, so remember the fin always goes to the left of the ribber stop, which is the little thingy in there. There should be an in-out device on your machine, and it's of various designs. I think all the Erlbachers have this little piece of metal and it slides back and forth. If you took your ribber apart, you would see that it moves a metal, I'm going to use the word fin again, although it's basically a cam underneath the tappet plate, and it changes the path of the ribber needles so that it's either in work or out of work. And that's what in and out means. In work, so it's knitting, purling, if you want to call it that, or it's out of work, so it's not working.
Took me a long time to use those words correctly, because I wanted to say it's in, it's not doing anything, and out means the needles weren't out, and that's backwards. So you have to remember.
Yeah, you might think out would mean that the needles pop out and come back in. That's what I think you mean.
That's what.
Yeah, yeah.
I do. I think of it backwards, and I have every time I look at it, I go, now wait, what is in meaning? In work, out of work, instead of the other.
there is a timing screw, and then there's some scratches on top of your tappet plate. This should already be timed, and you shouldn't ever have to mess with this. So don't.
See, I got this machine in 2012, it says. I've never changed it.
Yeah, I don't even know when this one, it doesn't have anything. It's a loaner. So there's that. And then below that, again, in means the rubber needles are in work, and out means rubber needles are out of work. Now, how do you set up your machine? This is a 64 cylinder, and you have to set it up so every other needle is out, because you can't put the rubber in and have the rubber needle come out where there's a cylinder needle, because then they fight, they clash, and your machine will jam, and you'll think, this is stupid, I'm never ribbing again, and why did she say this wasn't that big a deal, and all that.
And I mark mine with black fingernail polish. And the black on the cylinder is leave that needle out of place because you're gonna want to have a rubber needle there. On top,
Show that.
like, I put black because that's what I want to have. The needle. So the two blacks have to match.
So, yes, well, this one is a loaner, like I said, and she's right. I put a mark on my dial, but on the cylinder, this is right by the fin, which is in there. And that means you don't put a needle there, at least to me. You can mark it however you want, but that's the most logical. And on this machine, here's the fin. I got to get this around. Oh, yeah, I got to put this in the right place too. So fins to the left, and here's where this is. I have to figure out on here where I put my needles based on where my cylinder needles are. Is anybody confused? I would be. And
You usually just twist it until you feel it bump up against there and then put it down.
you can, except the method I'm going to show you how to do this is not really going to allow for that. I told them this didn't want to go in here.
I need some Vaseline.
There. Okay, so you might think it's against it, but I can't feel it. I think it went down. There we go. Now it's against it. Okay. So the next thing you want to do is, if you look at your slots, you look for one that is right in the center of an empty cylinder slot. And guess what? It's this one. So what do I put there? A rubber needle. Woo!
So any slot, or is it in particular, since you're,
It can, you can start anywhere. And I'll show you how I do this. I think Lorinda maybe does it differently. I can't remember if she does or not. But you figure out where the first one goes, and now you know it goes every other rubber slot. And I take mine out and I load my rubber needles now. And for me, this is kind of a streamlined thing for me because it's easier, at least in my fumbly fingers with, I don't have a lot of feeling in them. It's easier for me to do it out here than if it's on here and you have to advance the yarn carrier and you get in the way and you don't know what to do with the waste yarn. And anyway, so I do this. And that's the B step. I call it preloading. I don't know if that's the same as flammable and inflammable, or You know, is it loading, not just preload? I don't know.
And that's the way I do mine too, because it's faster for me and more efficient with your hands. And that's why I have the river dial marked where that first needle is to match up with where the cylinder needle is now. So
Right.
then it's faster. That's the only reason it's marked. It's faster. I don't have to, I have to keep looking and finding where do I start. It's just, I start.
Yeah, and when it's marked on here, she doesn't have to put it on and figure out where there's an empty cylinder slot. And I recommend that as well. But I would do it, but it's not my machine.
Okay, I have mine. It's been so long since I ripped. Like, here's my fin and I have it marked right there, and then I have it marked on my cylinder where that should fit down to where those two
Uh-huh.
marks go together. Is that a good way?
Right, right.
But you have to make sure where the cylinder or
Needles.
the river dial meets up with an empty slot
Yeah,
is correct. It may not be at
I-
that slot.
I think I think it works that way, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'll have to go put it on the save it.
there's another mark that you should put on your tappet plate, but we'll get to that in a little bit. After you start ribbing. I know I said this would be faster, but it still takes time. Does anybody have any other questions? I don't know what generation of machines you guys have. Do you guys have speedsters, pretty much?
Yeah.
Okay, there should be a washer that is between the
Uh-huh.
tappet plate and the dial, and that has to be there.
Yeah.
You okay? No, between
Yeah.
this and the dial.
I mean, maybe this washer is supposed to be there.
No, if you take yours apart, you'll see it's there. I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes,
Talked about, right. That's what's going on.
and that is called a rick washer. Why it's called a rick washer, not sure about that.
It's the staff person who said, we can fix that by putting the.
Oh, okay.
So it's the staff person on the machine.
Yeah, I don't want that. I probably need it.
Wait, did you take yours off of there? Maybe you're just.
That's what I'm asking, is it this?
Check, yeah.
Yeah, that goes there.
That's.
So what did you decide? Not one or not?
He's got one.
Otherwise you go with that.
Yeah,
So that way, and then this goes on.
then your tappet
And
plate.
it could,
Yeah.
I know. If you have more than one of these for different cylinders, do you have just one washer or do we one on each cylinder?
If you have a ribbing arm and tappet plate and dial for each size cylinder you have, you'll have a washer for each one of those. But if you're just have the kind of machine where you swap out your dial, you transfer the washer from dial to dial. Is that what you were asking? Okay. All right, so some people go from here a little bit differently than I do. I didn't talk about tension and your knitting here, but if you were knitting project yarn and you had a good tension for your project yarn, don't change it to do ribbing unless you change yarn.
Okay.
Because your tension will be specific to the type of yarn you have and how tight it will be when you go to do your ribbing.
So should you just do a sample then of the yarn that you're going to use?
I think that's a good general rule, is to do a swatch a gauge swatch and try to keep your gauge about like you always knit.
Well, I found out that you measure gauge on this machine up and down instead of sideways like a knitter does. Is that a true?
I'm not sure what you mean up and down. You mean
Well,
this
their
way?
length, yeah, that way is how they measure
Row-
gauge
row
and row.
gauge itself,
Yes.
Stitch gauge.
Thank you.
So, yeah, is that yeah, that's a row gauge. Yeah, I've always hand knitted, I've always measured my gauge.
Oh, yes,
But,
you're
yeah,
correct.
Yeah,
But
still
technically, when you hand knit, you're supposed to measure both.
I know.
But the major one is
Is,
stitch
Stitch
gauge,
gauge.
whereas here, the major one is the row gauge.
thank you.
Okay,
There we go.
That's the translation.
3 years when I just found that out, and I was struggling with my tension because I couldn't.
Yeah. So what was your question then?
What you were saying was basically the same thing.
Yeah.
You're looking at both your tension and tightness and the length. The tighter you have it, the shorter your length is gonna be. So it's kind
Kind
of.
of. Yeah.
But the main gauge that you're worried about is the length gauge on the machine.
What you want is to end up with a product or a fabric that you are happy with. You're not going to be able to do a stitch gauge because that is fixed. Okay, does that make sense?
It
Am I
does
right?
now, since I've been
Yeah.
spending 2 days trying to
But the row gauge will,
change.
yeah, it can change depending on the weight of yarn that you have. And you just get used to where you like your fabric when you get done
With the,
and then go with that. But if you're knitting and you're having trouble, maybe that is too tight for you. And that's why I do a swatch, because some yarns are forgiving and some aren't. But anyway, that could be a whole class.
That could be a whole class.
Yeah.
no, it needs to be.
So what I did, I already did the cast on bonnet, and I mean, you guys know how to do that. And knit as much as you usually do, whatever. Then you cut the waste yarn. I should say something about starting and stopping. I'm pretty casual about this. I don't make a rule like I always stop at 3 or 9 or 6 or 12 or whatever, because in the end of life, all that matters is after you've done your toe where you stop. It doesn't matter in the rest of your sock where you start and stop. It just does not matter. But in order, if you're the kind of brain that needs a specific start and stop point, then use it. There's nothing wrong with that. This is just, like I said, how I do it. So,
And I have a specific stop.
Yeah.
Stop point.
Yeah.
Every time.
and she's wrong.
Yes, I'm wrong. One of the people that I was working with when we were starting out had an accountant's background, and she was very, okay, with A's, numbers are done this way or whatever, and that's why she said, oh, I don't start paying. I just did it.
So with your river then, do you start at the 3 when you do the river, or do you start
I
about,
started about the 3.
you start even with the river on? When you get your river, okay. Some people start.
I'm going to show you how we get started.
Yes, I've already got mine set up and started. It was.
Back in here. I think it's called.
This is my project yarn. I try to get a lighter yarn because that works better. And what I'm going to do after I get this knot out is I'm going to go ahead and put this through the machine here. You guys probably love watching all of us load our machines. What's the rule here, guys? Over and under, right? You have to go over this bar and under this front bar. This little tensioning thing because you want to break. You want this to break when the heel spring is on. Okay? So,
Did you get what she just said?
That's a stop, break. Break is in stop, not break is in.
Break.
a
and stop.
BRAKE, not REAK.
Yes, there you go, exactly.
So I put that in. And I load this up. And I crank forward just enough to catch maybe 2 stitches. Okay. And that will be step D is what I just did. Okay, now I'm going to put the ribber on. And what's our rule? Fins to the left. So you make sure your fin is to the left. And that, there we go. There we are. And you can double check here that the ribber needle is coming out in an empty cylinder slot. The other thing you have to make sure is that your pin and this are in the right position. The purpose of the pin is to push this around. And if you have it on this side, you're going to knit all the way around and not engage your ribber needles, and then you got to start over. So this has to be behind this button setup device thing. You like my words for things?
I don't
This
know what
thing.
you call it. That's.
Yeah, it's,
Seen a picture with the name.
yeah, me either. Okay, so now we're ready to go to the next thing, which says put the ribber into work.
When you put the needles in, do you have it out of work?
It is, you should, because if you don't, and if you move the tappet plate around, they'll shoot across the room or at least come out. Now, I'm going to do that again. And if you watch along here, you're going to see one of these needles pop out. Did you see that? On my machine, I put a dot of nail polish there, right there. And that is my start and stopping point. You don't use this because this is going to be the last needle, ribbing needle that works, not the one under here. So if you are making a selvage, which you don't have to, but you can, if you're making a selvage, you go one rotation all the way around. And if you stop where you started, you're going to still knit these 3 other ribber needles back here. And again, the sock police, as we say, aren't going to come around and say, oh, you ribbed 4 needles too far. But that makes it a neater selvage if you know exactly where that first needle that starts and stops ribbing is. Okay, so that's kind of on the back of this page. Then you knit forward. These first few back in here are not going to rib because the needle didn't come out till over here. Okay, so you just knit forward.
Oh, got it.
And then in order to get these caught up, you go back and you just pick up a bar down in there with your handy little tools. Oops.
So by doing what she just did, the machine put those bars on most of the needles, but not quite all of them. So she's just going back and doing the few that the machine didn't get.
Okay, I'm really.
Because.
Are you?
where the start point is on the tablet plate.
Why are you confused?
Well, you
We're just-
started at the, and then you started going around. And then you go back and put the rest.
Because the first needle that popped out was not back here where the yarn carrier started. The yarn carrier was back here, but the first needle on the ribber, when you put it in, that was over here.
Mhm.
So none of these ribber needles had any work on them. And if you don't put the work on them, you're end up with drop stitches.
Okay.
Well, not, actually, no, you won't, but just believe me, it's
So you're
better.
taking that bar, that first top bar and popping it on your,
Yes,
and up to your, what?
up to where, like,
Your position. Or the
yes, this
position.
one was the first one that came
Mhm.
out. That one has knitting on it, so I don't need to do anything to it. But it was all of these, which is about a quarter of your needles.
So you go back
Didn't,
to the 3 o'clock position, basically, where you're yarn.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. And as you go and do this, you'll see that maybe you don't have to do that, but it depends on what kind of selvage you want to make on the top of your sock. And from this point on, you don't have to do anything. You're done. You can just knit. You're done with getting your ribber on and you're gonna rib.
Okay, but if you don't do a selvage, then when you take it off,
It won't ravel.
it still won't ravel if you just keep knitting.
Right.
Look at this in the world. Okay.
Yeah, it's locked. The stitches are locked. But you can get a nicer looking, less roughly selvage if you do
The in out one.
in out or another variation of whatever you want. There's all kinds of selvages you can do. I do the in out just because I'm a creature of habit and it works well enough. So now you can just go.
So how much of a space do you have between the plate and the cylinder?
The dial and the
Or the
cylinder.
dial, yeah, the dial and
Okay.
the cylinder.
That will also depends on your
Yeah.
weight of your yarn. The thicker yarns, you'll need more space. What you want to be able to do is get these knots that are here. They need to be able to go down into that space easily.
Okay.
And if it seems like it's hard to crank and is catching, or you're not getting stitches to come off the ribber needles, you might need to increase that space.
And how do I do that?
On this
Just-
machine, there's a dealy bob that there should be a little tool, which I don't know if it's in here or not.
So
It's a T.
Oh, I know you don't have, yeah, doesn't have just a screw right there.
Yeah, ours, yeah, it does.
does it?
No, that raises the whole ribber arm,
Right.
but we're talking about raising the dial.
Doesn't that raise?
Oh, it does the same.
It raises,
See,
right?
So tell me again, what do I move? Unscrew
no,
that?
this
No.
doesn't do it. This screw locks it in,
Yes.
but to adjust it, there's,
You have a little Allen wrench kind
Yeah.
of looking thing
Yeah.
that goes up underneath.
Oh, I've seen that element.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
That's not, which I haven't used yet, so that's right.
And so,
see, most of the time we get it set and then we're
Right, and so I just did it wrong. I reset mine without using that. I used the screw.
oh,
No wonder the screw's not happy with me. It was not moving.
so is it clockwise?
you'll notice you turn it one way, it'll go
And go
up,
up,
and the
turn
other
another
way
way,
it'll go
yeah.
down, but
Oh, make that.
And when you do it, also check to make sure that you're not letting the yarn carrier touching your needles.
right.
Because that-
In other words, if you do change the height of this, it will change the relationship of the yarn carrier to the needles that come out.
Yeah.
And it can rub on them and you'll break latches and it will jam up and you'll, again, put it back in plastic and pack it away and never use it. But just remember that,
Do one in pouch, do the other.
yeah. So basically, that's it. And then if you want it, if you're ready to make a toe or a heel, you take the pin out and I'm a belt and suspenders when it comes to this. And you put it into the out position and you raise your back half of your needles and you make your toe just like always. I change out to have all cylinder here. though.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
but basically that's what you do.
Okay, so now if you're gonna put more cylinder needles in,
Okay.
where do you pick up? You still pick up the stitch the same? Pick up the bar from the
What
one
I will do is I kind of messed up here a little bit because I put it out of work and so I get over to here. All right, well, I messed it up, but don't do what I did. Just do what I say. I start at the 9 o'clock position and I just transfer the rubber needle to a cylinder needle as I go around on the front half. And then you make your heel and toe just like you always did. When I rib down the top of my sock, but you don't have to. If you don't want to rib your foot at all, then take all of the rubber needles out and take your ribber off and make your heel and toe that way. But I like the look of the ribbed forefoot on the top.
So when you do your heel.
Yeah.
You've taken your front rubber needles off, transferred them onto the cylinder needles. You've got your cylinder or your rubber in the off. And now your heel is done and you're just going to rib the top of your foot. You re-engage it with just the back needles on the ribber.
Yeah, you push all the back needles down because they're still going to rib
Right.
because the rubber dial's there. And you put it back into work and you do as many stitches, 55, 60, 70, whatever you're doing.
There's only rubber needles on half of the rubber dial.
Right.
And the ones that are not, it still goes ahead and knits them.
Yeah,
With the-
these will
with the
just
rubber.
make us like a stockinette
Okay,
stitch
so it just works. with
on
the
the
rubber.
sole of the foot.
Yeah, with the rubber needle on, that's with the.
Yeah.
This on there, just, okay.
Yeah, it's easy, see? There's nothing to be afraid of.
And then when you do the toe, you end up putting all of the needles on the machine. And then you can remove the rubber.
Yeah.
Put the back, okay.
I've done that before. Actually, most of the time, because when you go to Kitchener, you don't want partial rib and
Yeah.
knit stitches to try to Kitchener because it's already confusing.
Well, I've done that. It doesn't work out well.
Yeah.
It's a real struggle to try to use this stitch twice, or what should I do here? It's not a good Kitchener, it's not a good stitch.
So,
Well,
oh, sorry.
You change the yarn, you change it to be stock and get one row before.
Yeah, so
But this says change it out. What does it say? Switch out the rubber needles at the toe. At the last.
Yeah, if you,
The
this
last
is,
increase one, which I'm very good.
well, this is, yeah, but I think you're talking about that last starter
Yeah,
point. If you rib the foot of your sock on the last increase round for the toe. So you've gone back and forth and you come around and rather than go back around or, go back and forth again, you stop in the middle in the front and you change out all your ribber needles if you haven't already taken off your ribber. That's what that's,
Right, I thought I would do that before I even
and you
start the
can,
charm. You can.
and you can.
Okay,
This is if you don't.
if you don't.
Yes, so, and that's a good point. I did make that real clear on that point.
So another question,
Sure.
if you don't have that washer between them, what will happen?
I am told that the ribber needles go in too far. And they can get jammed underneath the tappet plate.
Are you missing yours?
Yes,
I'm sure, yeah.
yeah, and I don't know if it's on one, because I got 4 river dials, but only one happened.
Just stop up and
I'm
add.
gonna
Yeah.
ask,
Yeah, to make the mechanics that they bring to help. And so just stop there.
Just go to,
Yes,
just go to
yes,
Daryl and say,
if this dial has been changed.
Yeah.
Who do I see to make sure? it's-
Did you change it?
I did not, but somebody else.
There will be somebody in the other room, because what you should do now is go in there, do what's on
this.
here and work on it. And then at the end of the day, you can either come back to the 3 o'clock session, or we actually talked about a 4 o'clock session where you came in and said, okay, I tried to do this and I don't get this. But there are people over there who will help, and they will be able to answer your specific questions on your specific machine.
No, I know, he's been helping me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Georgia.
just grab one of his flags.
Fine.
I took his flag.
Take it from me.
Yeah, I did take it from you. But he was with you, so I think.
Yeah.
Different colors.
And then when you get to this point, you're like, what do I do now? Because I did jam it up. Are you filming this?
It's a learning opportunity.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And what this is teaching us is it's okay to have little difficulties.
Yeah.
That
this
it's
is-
somebody who's been doing it for more than, I would say it's been a year.
Yeah.
Is
This
having
is
difficulty.
extreme, but yeah, I just,
See, that's what
I need-
happened to me, and I think it's because I didn't have that.
that washer. Well, I have the washer, and for me, it was because I forgot I had changed things out. So I gotta take it all apart anyway, so. Any other questions? Oh, actually, if you haven't done this, this is the little camshell here. You can probably look at the screen. When you click in or out, it changes the path of it. So this is the in. Now that's out. So we'll go here and not engage the yarn at all.
Looks like the director knows directional things for trains.
And that is the in position. So, all right.
So I. Yes, okay.
One thing from
That
somewhere,
was actually the old sterile machines were made.
and then that aligns.
No, it's old.
Yeah, well, I have a question on that.
Sure.
All right, so when you started, you said, I always thought you had to do like row in and then do one out row and then put it back in, and then that locked everything, and that was your salvage.
No, I didn't do that.
But you didn't, so, and it won't.
I'll take this.
Okay,
And
so I can see it.
and you can see it.
Because that would be so much easier just to go up and.
It is.
Because the,
The selvage doesn't look the greatest when you do it that way, but it's still, I'm gonna have this all the way apart. All right.
Yeah, just be along, so once chances are, it's gonna happen.
How much time before the next one?
15.
Okay.
14 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm making that up.
So,
I had a plastic machine. And this, she got off compared to what I did. I don't remember.
Do you
I
need to keep that rag because I got flood?
Pardon me?
Do you need to keep the rag?
No.
When I put on it.
Look at your fingers now. I bet you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, come back and get it later.
Against the.
It's amazing how these needles hang on to things.
Oh,
Until you
When you
want them
don't,
to, and
Yeah.
then they don't.
that's right.
And so, of course, it just got stuck. And then when I tried to take it off.
Yeah, there's a lot. Me and river needles, this trip. Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
There you go.
Good thing this is scrappy. I dropped a stitch, so that one,
Yeah, but
but I'll show you. This is how I get mine off.
Do you pull the scrap yarn through, leave one row and then through the china?
Okay, explain that to her.
What is that?
You leave one row
You
of
said
scrap.
that, you said that. You leave one row of scrap yarn on a sock. And it's inside the stitching. So you just pull it two ends, a little bit snug, steam it, and then it holds it.
Yeah, you can do that, but
ah,
you can see it'll be pretty roughly.
All right then.
but if you
But-
leave that one scrap and then
Just leave one string of scrap on the inside.
wash it and then sleep.
Pull it nice like snug.
Yeah.
Right.
You can steam it or you can wash it. That's the way you want to do
But steam it.
it. It will give it a set that's even tighter if it doesn't do this little ruffle flare. Because sometimes.
Yeah.
Sucker has a flat ruffle.
Yeah.
For the instructions.
Okay.
We have one question. What is the cleanest way to do a selvage?
It's on the back of the
I
handout.
would try both ways and see.
Oh, because she's watching on it. If you're watching online, the handouts will be posted in the Erlbacher page.
The answer I would say is, I do one row of knitting in. And then two out, but you gotta remember to put it back in.
Yes.
And then I do my leg, and that's where I start counting is after the first three rows. And so if I make my leg, the leg of my sock, 60 rows, then I don't count until after those first three rows. Does that make sense?
And that information is on the top and the back side.
Yeah.
And also tells you where to go get one.
1 and 2 out.
15% out. 14.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank
Go to work.
Okay.
I would go trying to figure out that.
You-
Pick up the
You'll get
needles
it.
on there. Yeah, this is the needle thing. I've never done that before. I've just kind of started my new yarn where I have my mark where that first needle comes in and that's where I start. And
Yeah.
yes, is that,
Yes, you can do it.
I mean, is that?
There's not necessarily a wrong way. I mean, if you can get a sock ripped like you this one.
I can take the project yarn off. It'll take me a few minutes here to take it off.
What, do you just want to try it on this one?
I can try it on that one.
Okay,
Doesn't mean I'll be able to do it.
well, I think you will.
You know, when it took me an hour to get this thing ready to go. Yeah. Okay, I thought that's what we wanted. I thought we did that last year, but
No, we went through how to get it all on there, so
I brought,
now she's got to move over there.
I got this.
Yes. Okay. Now that we've got you over here, I gotta move over there.
Oh, I don't, where's this one? She's gonna work on that machine. Okay. So you might want to see better.
There's more light over here. Actually.
Would you like to hand out? They're incredibly important.
Did you bring your, yeah, you brought.
That all we need?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Another orange juice, if we got anybody else?
There's a lot of people signed up.
Well,
They're there.
but there were 15 signed up for the first class, there were 15 here either.
And I didn't sign up. I didn't know this was a place. I didn't know there was a place to sign up.
Oh,
No.
out there at the front desk and there.
Yeah. I've got
Yeah,
that too.
when people came in, apparently,
Sorry.
I didn't see it till today.
No, the river.
Or I wouldn't have signed up.
Part of it, it's that.
When you said bring your river dial,
Well, like, she said the whole mechanism.
oh, okay. Well, I think it's in here.
Yeah.
All right, well, take a peek and see what it looks like. It probably won't bite.
Yeah.
So there you go.
that's-
Yes.
Thank you. Pat Lang is coming, but she was still eating in the room. She'll be here.
So there's a 3 o'clock class too that she could come to.
It's not my responsibility.
Just, there you go.
I need to share. That's okay. You know, I'm done mothering.
Oh, yeah, I'm.
Oh. That's what I say to my new dog.
Yeah,
No, I raised my children.
that's right. So behave. What kind of big dog do you have?
Golden retriever,
And how old is?
year and a half.
Oh, yeah. They need to be like, what, 3 or 4 before they really.
That's what everybody tells me. It's not my first golden. And when we did the goldens before, the kids trained them for 4-H and they did a nice job in showing them and so forth. This one for me, no.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, they're different. I can't stay with the students for 35.
Really don't know what I don't know.
And they've all been very easy to train and very brilliant and very calm. And then the last one I got is a twin.
Yeah. So I am just now teaching that this week, right? So my son comes out and he's not nothing particular. He just looks at the dog. And this is the first week we're teaching this. He looks at the dog, he points to the floor and he says down. Dog does it. Dog does it.
Male voice.
Yes, not for me. No.
I do think, yes. Here she is. Sorry. Oh, mine has a needle on it. Look at that. I'm going to use it. I might have used it once upon a time.
Does he have oil on it or?
Huh?
Oil or fuzz?
It has a needle in it, but, and it's somewhat wet.
Okay.
I haven't used this in a while. I've been in the guy.
Sorry. Here's the handout.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Facing me at this. I love it.
I think that's what people think about.
When you said.
Well, I'll wait a minute for her to get back.
Did you run?
People are waiting to see it online and I would pleased, but.
Oh, yeah, she had to go back.
Oh, see, it says right on there, Erlbacher 2.0.
You have to wash
Right.
her with that?
And that one over there is mine,
And put
and it does not have this pig,
Oh, no,
and it's not a 2.0.
I guess my pig must be in the box still. I've never used it, obviously.
They're easy to lose too.
Yeah. I live near, I'll get it replaced if I lose it.
It's a lot to hang on to if don't take.
I need to text somebody because I brought my purse down and now I'm not sure where I threw it. Where you threw it, make sure it's with our group. Did you start?
Nope, we're waiting for you to come back. All right,
This is your show.
all right, well. I'm Lorinda Inman, this is Glennis. We're going, okay, she's gonna share, we're going to share with you a little bit about rivers, what we know about them. And hopefully, if you haven't been using yours, you'll see that it's possible to use them. They work. So first you need to look at your river and the parts. So the dial holds the needles. The tappet plate sits on top of the dial and it has a lot of instructions that it tells the dial what to do.
Okay.
The pin, you all have the pin. That machine over there didn't come with a pin. I like the pin.
Yeah, that's the second generation or the newest generation.
Right, they call these Erlbacher 2.0.
We have the.
You have a pin,
It's just not in there. Yeah.
it's just not higher.
It's in here, but I do have. Yeah, you have the newest generation, we have the old generation. Okay. And this is the really old generation. Is that from when? To.
That's the pin.
2011. Okay. And yours is 2012, isn't it? That what you shoot? 2012, 13.
Okay, so yours is similar to the one that's over here.
Yes.
Right.
Good.
Okay.
Perfect. You get really close.
Actually, that's the older style from the Erlbacher machines, but actually some of the vintage machines were like this, with the pins in them, and I really like the pin in it. So how far have we got? We got as far as this, fin. It's this metal thing that hangs down. You find that it really has an important job. It tells you, it sets up exactly where it's going to be sitting and it locks it into position when you're going to be knitting. River stop. Now, which one is the river stop?
It's in the cylinder.
Oh, right. I was looking for it on here. I don't, okay. The river stop is what this pin slams up against. And lots of times you can hear it when you get it in there. When you're setting up your cylinder for ribbing, and it's every other needle is what you have, because you need to start with a 1 by 1. So when you're setting that up and you knit your scrap yarn, what happens sometimes is that there's enough holes in your scrap yarn, because it's every other needle, that sometimes it's difficult to get this to go in exactly the right position. So you've got to make sure you're paying attention and drop it into the right spot.
Some machines, I don't know if any
Erlbacher machines are like this. But if you ever get an antique or different machine, the river stop is adjustable. And it will have a screw or a way of moving it left or right, so that you are lining up the river needles with an empty cylinder slot correctly. The Erlbachers are welded in, so you can't do that.
That's right, that's right. Okay, in, out device, it says right there, in or out. And you have to train your brain to understand that in means the needles are in work and out means they're out of work. Well, I was thinking backwards. I was thinking out means they're going out to get, but no, that's not the right way to think about it. In work or out of work.
Okay.
Okay, the timing screw is the knob with a pointer and some marks here on the top of the plate. It comes from Erlbacher. You all have Erlbachers. It comes from them set up. So that this is the right position to be in.
In the middle of all.
Yeah, right. And you know,
But I mean, mine was used, so, well, you can dial it.
in all the years, in all the years I've had my machine, I've never had to change it.
So does that mean the depth of the needles going out? What's that mean? What's that function?
I'm not sure what it means.
What that means is the position of the needle as the yarn comes by it. Because the yarn has to hit the needle. I'll show you this one. If you have a rubber needle in, whoops, and it's coming out to get the yarn has to hit the needle right about there. And if it's hitting too far ahead of that, it can get behind the latch. Or if it's too late, then the needle's going to go back in before it catches the needle on the rubber dial. And that's what the timing means, is it's timed right and matched to what your yarn carrier needle function is. Yeah, that's the best.
That's the best explanation. Did you get it?
Yeah.
It's,
This is yours.
it's like it says, it's the timer. Got the timer, got the in, out. And these machines, excuse me, these taffet plates, some of the newer ones have a Rick washer inside, and it's just a washer inside of here. You won't see it, it's inside. And that's because the needles were going too deep. And to stop them, it was easier just to put a washer in there rather than reconstruct and remake the full-size pieces. And it says Rick washer, because that's the employee who said, I think this is what we can do. So he has his name on. There you go.
Oh, we got a raise.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, the demo is how we rib, and it's not the only way. We have ways that we do it, so you need to watch the demo, see if this is what you think can work. Maybe you've heard from somebody else and you've tried other methods, but we're just gonna tell you what it is. So you set up your machine, it's got every other needle in it. We've already done that to save time.
How do you decide what needle to take in and out?
Okay. You have to know where the stop is inside. Because you don't want the needle just to the left of that. You do not want a needle there. What you want is a ribber needle there.
So on your stopper, you don't want a needle in that when you're setting up your cylinder.
When you're setting up your cylinder, you want to leave that blank right next to the stopper, to the left of the stopper. This one's marked.
Yeah, a lot of them are.
Mine's marked. Actually, I had to paint all the way around that slot because otherwise I couldn't tell if it was, should I do the one to the left or to the right of that? It was easiest for me just to mark the whole slot.
Taking out the needle to the left
Can I,
of the,
Yeah, you can,
Time out.
yeah,
you don't have to have the needle out right where the river stop is. What matters is that you line up your river dial so that it's with an empty slot. And the empty slot can be where the river stop is, or it can be the one next to it. It just matters that you know where to put your river needle so that it comes out where there's an empty cylinder stop. Okay, it could be either one. If you, I'm not a rules person, okay? She is. And so what she said is correct, and what I say is correct. And that's why we say, this is only one way to do this. You have to decide when you're doing this, you know, if for consistency's sake, you always want the needle popping out where the river stop is, or if you don't care, then you just have to do one or the other. So I would say for me, it's whatever I end up with that day.
that's just like, where do I start? I start over here at about 3 o'clock every time. I've got a mark on my machine where I start and where I stop. You don't have to do that.
I don't, the only time it matters is at the end of your toe. That is the only time it matters where you start and stop.
But I have rules.
Yeah, she has rules.
so you always stop at 3 o'clock.
Right. It's marked. And that helps me do the toes and the heels. It's all marked. It's all half. I know what's what. Just like where I want this needle out of the cylinder to do the ribbing, it's marked. And I don't make mistakes. That's one thing I don't have to think about. That's why it's a rule. I don't have to
So
think.
do you have a 6 o'clock mark and then another mark on top of it, or do you use your 6 o'clock mark?
No, I don't use a 6 o'clock mark.
Typically, it's 9 and 3,
Okay.
and you have your cylinder based on how many slots are in it. And the marks, the only other mark she's talking about is putting, like, if you look here, you can see there's black right there. That's where her river stop is.
Okay.
And that's what she's saying. She's put a mark on her dial and on her cylinder, so she knows to put her fin in, and it will always be to the left, fins to the left. Jimmy Buffett. So you put fins to the left, that's
Okay.
how I remember it.
Right, you gotta have
And,
something.
right. And that's how she marks this, and I do that as well.
Okay.
But I just don't care if the needle is in that one or the one next to it.
Okay. And then before I start, when I start my project yarn, I'm also gonna start my river. And I'm gonna put my river needles in when it's off the machine because it's easier for me to not to be struggling, poking myself with these needles. So this one is not marked as to where where the needle has to go in.
Good luck.
What?
I said, good luck at that.
Oh, it does not like to go in, does it? Okay, there it is.
Can you guys
So-
hear it hitting? Yeah.
You hear it slam?
And
Okay.
that's hitting, that's the fin, hitting that metal.
The
hook
fin
inside.
is hitting the river stop.
And the fin is to the left. And so now I know where my needle goes opposite the open spot in the cylinder. And then I can take it back off and I can fill them every other needle and it's gonna match up. And that's gonna take me a little bit of time to do that. So I'm just gonna get this set up.
Did you just lose your slot? Or did you put one in?
I put one in.
I missed it.
Well, see, I do get some things done that you don't see here.
Well, I'm not.
So you put it in and then you put one needle in to say, okay, this is where I'm gonna start.
On this machine, yes. Because on that machine, which is mine, I have it marked with a marker.
Right.
And so I don't have to put it over here and say, where is that slot that I want to start with? I'll just go to where my marker is and go, well, put a needle in there.
Put a rubber needle in there.
Put a rubber needle in the rubber plate.
Do you need help?
No, just wondering.
If we,
That first group is in there.
while she works on that, I'm gonna talk a little bit about the river dials. There are different river dials floating around for the Erlbachers. And some are, like if this was a 60 cylinder, you may have a 30 slot river dial. And that's pretty easy to figure out where your river needles go because there's only 30 slots. And when you start out, you pretty much have to go every other needle to get started with ribbing. But after you get your project on and you get a salvage and everything, you don't have to do just a one-to-one rib. And that's what I find interesting about ribbing is you can mix it up as long as it's divisible into the number of cylinder dial or cylinder slots you have.
And when you say the number is divisible, so that'd be the number of your pearls and the number of your knits, which would make up one set. Okay.
Like I like to do a 3-to-1 in my 60. So that means I'll have 15 sets going around. If I did math right, 4 times 15, yeah.
Yep.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, but the one-to-one start has to do with the salvage.
Yes, you have to do a 1-to-1 to get started. Unless, I'm just gonna say they have to. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. This river dial and that river dial are called a 1-to-1, like this would be a 60-60. It's
Okay.
got 60 slots in the dial and 60 slots in the cylinder.
Okay.
And obviously you can't put a river needle in every slot, so you have to go every other one. You
Yes.
just, go ahead.
I would say it says on the bottom of your, I think it says. on
Yeah,
the bottom.
it should.
Mine says a 30.
Problems, I can't reach that.
And I use it on a 72-inch cylinder, 72
Yeah.
cylinder. So this is already 1-to-1.
You're already set up at 1 net, 1 pearl.
Oh, yeah, this is, what's your sample?
Mine says 174, 54 slots for 54 cylinders.
Yes.
Happy equal slot.
Yeah.
Equal size, that's.
Right.
These are the.
So if I bought river, I ordered rivers to, from them. all.
Dials, yeah.
Yeah.
What, do you know what I'm getting?
I got.
I ordered it, but I have no idea.
My machine is old like this, and I pretty much bought everything back then.
Okay.
So I don't know currently what they're selling, unfortunately.
That's how they start out selling like half. Eventually we went to 1-to-1, right?
Yeah, like equal slot river dials is what I think officially they're called.
I bought this in 23. I just picked up I bought another used gear cart that had the Erlbacher. So I just picked up today the equal slot 60.
Yeah.
Plate for that.
See, and I didn't specify one way or the other. I just said I needed a reader for my 60.
You're probably gonna get it full,
Okay.
which is fine, and that has uses. I mean, you can, like, if this is 60 and 60, you can do what's called a half pitch, where you offset things, and you can get 120 stitches. Yeah,
Which makes it bigger.
yeah, yeah. Lots more, how we should.
Don't do it.
That before we can talk about.
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay, we preloaded our machine, we went ahead and we put on our scrap yarn. We're ready to put on the river, if it will come out. Come out of here without losing its load. It's in work.
So there's nothing to hold them in there once we put them in there.
Once you put them in there, no, there's nothing to hold them in. And I tipped it a little bit too far, tipped it a little bit too far when I,
Good to know.
If you haven't oiled your river, this is a good time to do it. You just go around the needle butts and turn the dial around before you get it all set in, and that'll make it happy.
okay, I'm lining it up with the thin. Looks good to go.
And how do you know how to position the tappet plate?
Yes.
Because that's
Do I have that right? Yes,
really important. I know.
right.
Notice.
And I have the pen.
Sit in all the way.
Oh, thank you. I have more gap on that machine.
That looks better
Looks better.
from over here.
Okay. All right. I'm not familiar with this machine. All right.
I'm an armchair coach. Just ask for.
Okay, so project yarn is what I'm putting on there.
She asked a question about the tappet plate. How do you know where the tappet plate is supposed to be in relationship to anything?
Well, I put in the pin.
Yeah,
I put in the pin so that it will go around. That's just the stopper. You can take that pin out when you're doing the heel and things like that. Works nicely to do it then. Reminds me, I didn't have this. If
You have to put the pin in when it's in a certain spot. So if you put the pin on
The wrong side,
of the yarn.
then the thing is gonna spin.
Okay,
the way I think of it is the pin is pushing the tappet plate around in the direction you're cranking. So we crank this way, so the pin has to push against it and turn the tappet plate this way. So again, fins to the left or pin to the left.
so the pin is behind this.
Yes, yeah,
Right,
Nut or whatever.
yes.
right.
And you don't have to worry about the
Right.
old generation.
Don't have to worry about it. All right, when I put mine on and I'm starting the project yarn, I'm also starting the ribbing.
That doesn't change.
And that, what I'm doing is, I'm telling the machine, go ahead and load those needles. Otherwise, I have to sit here and load, if I do one row of knitting and then I put the river on, then I have to load every single river needle. But this way, the machine is doing half the work. But I'm gonna put it into play, I'm gonna put it into work, so it's in. I'm just going ahead and start, and we're hoping it's gonna work.
So it's ribbing from the first row.
It's not really ribbing. It's just picking up the yarn. It's just getting ready for the next row to rib.
So it's
You already had
using,
on it on, you already had your.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah.
waist yarn on.
she is at step G.
I might be out of order, yes.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna have to come back because it doesn't go into play, the river needles don't go into play right away. So I'm gonna have to come back and lift a few up onto the river needles.
Show them the popping out needle.
Showing them popping out needles. The
Needles,
needles,
when you put it in and out, a needle comes out.
right. Oh, okay. I already had done that. I mean, I'd already put it in. When you put it into play, then that's when you see one of the needles come out. And then that's where you know that you're gonna have the river needles loaded. And when I do this on my machine, oh, this does have a black dot. Does have a dot. I have a stripe on my machine, so I know where that's going to be. So when I start putting it together, I know where I'm gonna have to be to come back to load the river needles. I'm just being late.
By
I'm,
loading, she means picking up a bar and putting it on the river needle because the needle hadn't worked. There's an offset between where the yarn carrier is and the first river needle works. And so if you're doing just one row to get started, because you want to do a selvage, you have to know where that is.
when you said picking up a bar, the
Yep.
bar is.
Is-
No,
Yeah,
okay.
see, can you see what she's doing?
No. I'm just looking in there to see if I can find it. I usually use a flashlight when I have to hunt for this stuff.
Going the opposite.
Hold on. No, it's not coming up there. And all my needles were open. So that they loaded.
So basically you reach in and there's a project yarn bar down inside there and you're picking that up and putting it on one of
This piece.
right
It
there.
would be on the
Yes,
side,
yes,
so because it didn't pick it up.
right.
Right, it couldn't pick it up
So
because
it's
it's,
already on a project yarn and
Okay.
gone ahead, so hers is she's getting started.
So after you go around, it's
So
just like
that's
the first time you go around, you're just making sure that all of your project yarn has been picked up onto your river needles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
well, if it wants to cooperate, there.
This piece will be into for your river. That's why. Yeah, this is always gonna be the same. This is what's in. Yeah, you're just, and this is just this round piece, right? Right. Okay, that's what you're getting, unless you opted another $20.
Yeah.
The new whole thing. And so now instead
The
of
timing on those is awful.
what's that?
Setting the timing on those, these, that is awful.
But then once we get it,
That's how they make.
Right.
No, if you change your river dial and put a different number, then you gotta make sure that one's timed. Because, yeah.
It just was all there. Yeah, it just involves moving and screwing your hoping these
Yeah,
things a little bit.
Dropped a stitch.
yeah, and it's, you have to take it off, you have to turn it, you have to adjust it, and you put it back on, and then, went the wrong way. And put it on.
Okay. Now, when you're doing the salvage, there's more than one way to do them. There's more than one way that you've heard or written or watched a video or something like that. When you're doing the salvage, the one that we always talk about is wanna salvage. And it's, one version is simply, what I usually do is I just put everything on and I just start, and that takes the salvage, that makes the salvage edge. Because the first row is knit, the second row is knit with the river needles in. So then there's others where where the same basic plan is you knit one row and then you have it out 2 rows and then you put it back in. And people who do that generally don't even start counting the length of the leg of the sock until after you got those 3 in. So those 3 aren't really part of it. When you do it, and then when you take it apart, instead of taking it apart and taking the yarn, the scrap yarn all out, people leave one string of the scrap yarn inside the ribbing. So you leave it inside the ribbing, and then when you pull it just a little bit snug, and you can either steam it or you can throw it in the washer, and then it makes it stay a little tight. So you don't have that ruffles. A lot of times you get those ruffles removed people talk about the ruffles on the tops of the river.
This, but I enjoy to see the mouth of rocky.
So do you have an example of a top that looks like that, using that?
No, I don't. I don't. You know, I almost brought them and then I forgot at the last minute to bring it. I
I
have,
have some back at my table. there.
yes, okay. I have one.
It makes it tight, it doesn't make it lettucey or anything like that.
It doesn't fly.
It doesn't make it loopy on the top.
No,
Oh,
no.
And they call it lettucey, you know.
Oh, lettucey, that's a good word for it. I hadn't heard that word, but I always think about it as a ruffle or something
Yeah,
on top.
yes, you know, your lettuce is kind of.
Right.
Well, you actually don't, I would think Lorinda was saying in the beginning, you don't have to do a salvage. Because once you get all the river needles with project yarn on them, you can just knit. And I don't know if I think I undid what I did.
You undid it. It's done.
Previous
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
But it's pretty stretchy and it doesn't look very pretty, but the stitches are locked and you don't have to worry about it unraveling, especially if you're, you know, really gonna use it as a sock. But if you're just practicing ribbing, I mean, that would be a quick way to just keep going.
And I always intend to do the one in, two out, and one back in. But you have to be thinking when you do that, and you have to be reminding yourself, that's the way I'm going to do it. Because most likely I go, okay, now I'm going. I just keep going.
I always forget the heel spring on the one and two out.
What?
I always forget the heel spring.
We haven't added that in.
Yeah,
no, that's okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay. See, that will make it tighter as well.
We didn't intend to give you really a lot of information on salvage, and we gave you information on where you can go out and look for and get more information on the salvage edge. And the salvage that people call Juana's salvage is one that she put together and shared with us some years ago. And it really is from flatbed knitting. So if some of you have been doing flatbed knitting, you might already recognize it and go, well, that's just, you know, what we use here. So that's where that came from.
Sorry. Sorry, food cry.
Questions? What did I leave out? Is there anything else more that I should be sharing with them?
What do you do? How do you make a heel and toe?
Oh, that's a good one.
That's good, because I'm looking at this going, they're out of work for heels.
Well, when you get
Does that mean you
to
take it
the
off?
heel, you need to flip your needles over on the heel part to cylinder needles. Because you're not going to be wanting the ribbing underneath your foot. So you flip that over so that you have a solid, and then you can go all the way down the foot once you do the heel. And you can do it with, you know, putting the back needles out of play, out of work, just like you do with the heel. And then once you get through with that, then you've got plain knit to go underneath the foot, and you get down to the toe, and that's where you're gonna need to take it all out. And I always like to have, because I'm gonna do a Kitchener, I always like to have one row that's at the very last row that doesn't have the heel spring on, and doesn't, of course, does not have any of the ribbing on it. And that makes it easier to put the Kitchener in there. The stitches are not, the Kitchener the stitches are not so snug. And if you kind of screw up once in a while, and you forget that you left your river needles in and you got it all off the machine, and you're not gonna go back and rework it. Well, it's a trick, but you can get it to come together. And you have to remember, nobody's gonna be down there looking at that part of your sock. Because it is really a trick. And why do I say that? Because I've done it.
Do you do pre heels and pre toe rows?
I do pre-heels. I do not do a pre-toe, but it wouldn't hurt to do a row or two of pre-toe.
So you're doing the heel and toe with the river in place, so you're doing it all blind.
I'm not doing it, the river is not here when I'm
Will
doing
you
it.
take it out
Yeah, the river is gone when I'm doing the toe, so it's all put back into the field.
And when you do your heel, are you leaving do you leave your river on?
Yes.
Yeah, when she said you flip your needles, what she means is you take out on wherever you're doing your heel, like you do your heel in the front or in the back, whichever side that is, you replace the river needles with cylinders. So you just transfer the stitch from the river to a cylinder, and you have, then it will be stockinette stitch on the heel, and the top of your sock will be ribbed. To accomplish that, you have to remember to take it out of work and have these lifted. And then the other thing you have to remember is when you go back to knit the midfoot or the instep, you gotta put it back into work or you're gonna have a heel and then you gotta start over.
Right.
Right.
So when you're saying that you're taking those out, so you put your cylinder needles in. Once you have your cylinder needle in, you take your thread from your rubber needle onto your cylinder needle and then take that rubber needle out. Is that
How
the
to,
process?
she does that.
Now, what are you asking?
Just transfer the needles.
Oh,
to
sure.
some-
Let me get some space here. Why did you argue? Oh, it didn't knit there.
Completely off and then on the end. No.
So I just go down and I figure out where my mark is. I put the needle in, the cylinder needle in, and then I pull the rubber needle out and slip the stitch over.
Let me do that again.
I'll repeat that just a minute. I put the cylinder needle in.
Okay.
It's empty. There's nothing on it. It's not going to knit. Then I pull the rubber needle forward, pick it up and slip on that stitch and take the needle out.
Okay.
There's a lot of different ways to do that, but.
Right. That's the basic way I do it, but there are other ways to do it.
Well, sure, because then I figured it's all
Yeah.
And you don't have to rib down the top of your foot either. A lot of people just rib the cuff and then they swap all the rubber needles out, take the rubber off, do the heels and toes. Bob's your uncle, you're done.
And I was very sexist because I didn't think men should have ribbing on the top of their foot. I couldn't remember ever seeing a sock for a man. So I always made sure the men did not have ribbing on the top, or they did not have mock ribbing, either one on the top, because I didn't think that was appropriate. Not that there was any other good reason, because it would have been nice to cinch it up a little bit with the ribbing, but the only reason was it just.
Do you still feel that way or did you change, did you come around?
I come around a little bit because there are some socks that just look better to have that ribbing or mock ribbing, either one on the top.
Can you talk about tension? Would you use the same tension for your stockinette? If you were doing a complete stockinette sock versus ribbing, like do you tighten up your tension if you're ribbing?
No,
No,
not necessarily.
just go by your whatever's right for stockinette.
Do a scrap and see if you need to.
Whatever's right for the yarn you're using.
That is the exact right thing. Thanks for saying that. Yeah, it's whatever's right for that yarn that you're using. That yarn right there, if you feel that, that's a lightweight, it's lighter weight than this one. And they're both sock yarns, they're average when they're sock yarns.
Any other questions? You look stressed.
No, I've played with rubber off and on for 2 or 3 years. And I did have success making a pair of socks that have this.
Not those with that. Not the ones that-
I know, I'm describing it, saying that ribbing like here. And then I took the rubber off and I made a whole pair of socks. But for the life of me now, I can't remember how I did it.
Well,
Pat was at my house. We spent like 3 or 4 days, just all day working on it. And we both got a pair of socks, but haven't used it.
For
since.
me, that has been the best way to learn. You know, I've learned with several different people, but it was two people or something together, just sitting there. And that way you can say, I didn't get this, or how did I mess that up?
Yeah, and neither one of us
You can
do
help
any
each other.
more than the other. But like, blank slates. Yeah, and they fit really well, and so I would be really happy if I
Could go back and do that
and
again.
do that. Because, for example, you did the ribbon just on the cuff. Yeah, just that cuff, and it looked great. I'm more than yesterday, but I didn't show everything. But like for my grandson, he has skinny little legs, that would be perfect. But they would stay up.
Talk about skinny legs. I found my husband had the socks on, and he was so pleased to have them on, and then he had a rubber band to hold them up because he had skinny little legs. I was embarrassed when I saw that. He did not want me to know that.
Well, if you have any other questions, ask. What we would like to have you do is go
Yeah,
back.
there's one question online. What is the best way, tip or tricks to get the right height from your ribber dial to the center of cylinder to get ready to begin ribbing? Always tricky to tell others.
It depends on the weight of the yarn, partially. But you have to have enough space in there for the yarn, the knitted yarn to go through.
Can you point to the, what
And
part?
then the method, let's see if I can get this to, okay. The place where you adjust the height of the river is right here. And you got a tool to go with it, and I've got the tool over there, that you can change that height, but this is where you change the height.
But show the space and what has to go through it.
Well, I'm starting to take this off, but you can see the knitted yarn that's through there. Some people always say, oh, it's a credit card width, but to me, it's a little bit larger than a credit card width. And remember, if you start cranking that up and you crank it up too high, then your yarn carrier will rub on the needles and destroy the needles. So you have to make sure you're paying attention to what you're doing and not put this up so high to let the yarn go through, the knitted yarn go through. But this is not much more than a credit card, maybe 2 credit cards.
I think to myself, you want that stitch after it's ribbed and yet to slither back down into your cylinder.
Right.
Slither, there's a good word.
And what we mean is this bump here has to be able to go into, but in between there. And if you find that your needles are not dropping off, I mean, your stitches are not dropping off your needles, then you may need to increase that space or put oil or adjust tension, or, there's other things, but, that's one consideration.
What did you say?
We have snakes at our house. We like them because they take care of the mice.
Well, right,
When they go into a crevice, and that's exactly what it is. They slither down the side.
it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Just one question. Could you share the manufacturer of the tables they are using?
They are unavailable because, well, this one is, but not that one.
Ah,
The one
you're
with
at is
the
Erlbacher.
legs is no longer available.
It's not being made.
mm,
And that one is, I think, sold by many different people. CSM Supplies, Erlbacher's, there's probably, I don't know, other people.
The reason why.
That's your Erlbacher.
This is the Erlbacher table right here, it's this, yes.
Oh, yeah, I see.
And I happen to know firsthand. We were trying to pick them up today. You be in Australia, can't figure out what the shipping or the tariff will be. More later. More now.
All right, there are gonna be people in the other room, around who will help you. If you get there, by the time you get to your machine, you sit down and go, what did she say? Why did we trust you? But they will help you, and don't be afraid to ask. This is the place to accomplish this. Okay, you're all smart people, you've knitted socks before, you can rib, it's not that hard.
Yes, I have compared. Well, she said we've knitted socks before, and I said, yes, I have two pair. I have two pair, more than you don't, some of them that are really big, but you all do it. Are you talking about like socks? Yeah, these are socks. Like you're seven. She's always said her machine,
Like she told me.
Whoops. I'm noticed this, you realize what it is.
Okay.
Well, thank you, ladies, just thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for letting this not be.
Yeah.
Friends are nice people. Yes, they are.
If you, get started and you can't get help from them, you need to know what we said. I mean, after our last session or even during our next session, you can come back in and to what we're talking about because they're not all the same. But you'll be able to look at yours, I think, and be able to tell what's different. So you don't have to get it.
I'm just gonna.
Good job.
Look, she's already leaving the class. Before it started. She's like, oh no.
I'm gonna be teaching from this machine, so I guess those seats are taken, so never mind. Does everybody have a handout?
No.
Has everybody knitted a sock?
No, other one doesn't work.
By hand or using a machine?
You're right, I didn't specify.
The answer to the first is yes, the answer to the second is no, but I made it two.
I love it.
Well, this may not be a class for you, but you're welcome.
I just wanted to see it, that's why I was like, I don't really
That's
think I
fine.
need to.
Did you bring your ribbon assembly with you?
I don't have a river, but I'm just hoping everything will walk here.
Oh, I see.
Work together, I forgot to put mine together.
Thank you. Sorry.
I have a loaner machine, so I know nothing, this is.
I have a loaner machine here too. I don't know
So
this machine.
okay, so if it's upside down. I have no idea.
You need, there should be a screw that goes
This
into the
part?
bottom to hold. You're missing a screw. Well, just, you don't need to worry about it right now.
You're screwed, so.
I'm not surprised.
You don't need it right now. You, at least you have the river to look at. And that's kind of what we do.
No, but this thing, yeah.
But she needs the screw.
I've never even used it. I got it in the box. I never used it, so I'm not sure what's missing.
We'll help you later.
Can I scoot some wood up and roads? That,
Mine,
other stuff.
yeah. I have that and this is, I have that right now.
Oh.
These one.
And. But I keep. All. It's just wait. For pushing. I could tell the cousin not to skip.
Here, bring it over here. I'll help you.
Would you?
Everyone.
That's the.
Yeah, there you go. That's where it goes. And then you need the screw that goes into the bottom.
To hold it together. What's weird is that there's no, oh, there's screws right here.
No,
That's not it. Those won't work. Bad job. There's no.
isn't there one on the? Okay.
Oh, right there. Oh, that's all I needed. Oh, that's fine.
I said on the bottom.
Yeah, I know. I kept looking down here like there's nothing.
That didn't help you.
Just go through your pin.
By bottom, I meant top. Yeah. Don't you know what I mean? Okay, well, my name is Glennis, and this is my friend Lorinda. And I'm going to apologize ahead of time because this is a borrowed machine, and I don't use one like this. Lorinda and I started knitting probably about 20 years ago on these, and they were pretty new. And we learned from each other, and we both did a lot of trial and error to begin with. Because it was long enough ago, if you can believe it, that there really wasn't YouTube and there wasn't, there wasn't, I mean, you could email people, but that was, pretty primitive. And, Yahoo was about, or AOL was about all you could use.
Well, we did have those tapes.
And I found a VHS tape available and learned from that. And I read the instruction book. I had an antique. And if you've ever read one of the antique instruction books, it's not English. It's like lofty written stuff with big words that don't mean what they mean now. And, or like it'll say, place the needle in its place. And you're like, okay, that is not helpful. But the point is that through persistence, we were both able to learn to rib without a lot of help. So if we can learn it, you guys can learn it. This is basically a speedster machine, and I don't know if that's what you all have. She has one of the early Erlbachers from 2011. Is yours 11 or 12?
No, I think mine's later than that. It's 12. It's a 12. Number 228.
Yeah. So that they've changed the design some, and so that's why we brought both machines in, so she can use her knowledge of that one, and I'll just wing it on this one, because I have that one too. The first thing that I like to do is talk about the parts of the ribber assembly. And this is the easiest way to figure out when somebody says, oh, you need to adjust blah. If you don't know what that part is, how are you going to know what to adjust? This thing that is curved and fits on your machine is called the ribber arm. And it doesn't really do anything. You don't have to do anything to it except turn the screw to get it to stay together. The ribber should fit up tightly against the ribber arm, and that's the screw right here is how that is adjusted on this one. The dial is the thing with the slots in it, and the dial may have an equal number of slots as your cylinder, or it may have half the number of your cylinder. When I first got mine, it was like if I had, I think, a 72 cylinder, I had a 36 rubber dial. And that was all you could get initially. And then people said, well, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And they listened and they changed things. And so now, like, this is a 64 cylinder on this machine. This is a 64 rubber dial. And that matters as you refine how you do things. But for now, it's not such a big deal. It's just more of a information. I've done this twice today and I'm already forgetting what I've said.
You're describing the part.
Yeah,
So you guys know.
thank you.
So your river dial is a what? A 60?
This one that I'm demoing on is a 64 slot or equal. Sometimes it's called an equal slot
And your
river dial to cylinder combination. So a 64-64 or a 60-60
so
or a 72-72. Yeah.
so when you put your needles in, And if you
We'll get there. We'll get there. I know what you're gonna ask, I think. The next part is the tappet plate. You can tell that because I'm tapping.
I don't think that's how it works.
No, but it is the tappet plate, and it has a variety of things on it, which we'll talk about. But this is how the ribber dial attaches to the ribber arm, and it attaches because there's a I don't know, I guess it's a holder on or I don't know what this thing's called. This thing that you screw in and it holds it on.
That's a good word.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
The pin, this machine has a pin, is this, it's little L-shaped things. Does everybody have one of these on there? You don't. Lorinda does not. And that is because there's a different mechanism for managing the tappet plate as it goes around. And you'll learn what you have to do with yours, okay? If you bought a machine or a cylinder like this, I said is a 64 and this is a 64. If you swap out your cylinder and put on a 72 and you put a 36 dial on, you keep the tappet plate with the arm and you just swap out the dial. Okay. Now, the caveat to that is there is a washer that has to go between here and the tappet plate, and that's over on the second column under number 3, where it says it's a rick washer. If you took your rubber assembly apart, you would see there's just a thick washer there, and it's called a rick washer.
Where's number 3?
In the second column on the first page.
Oh, where it says equipment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna-
And Lorinda reminded me, because I'd forgotten that this is called a rick washer because employee Rick came up with the solution for a problem. And so it got named the rick washer. Okay. Trivia, Erlbacher trivia. So the pin is what pushes the tappet plate around when you're turning this. You know, I'm doing it now, but it holds it. If you go the other way, the needles don't go in and out. So it has a crucial role. If you take it out, it just spins with the dial. When it's in, you can make the needles go in and out. And this does too. It's like magic. The next thing is a fin. And it's this little hangy down thingy here. It looks like a fin. And that, once you put this on your machine, this has to match up with the next item, which is the ribber stop, which I've already got mine covered up with waste yarn, but it's a welded rod inside your cylinder in a specific place. And some older machines and different manufacturers make this so it's adjustable, but on the Erlbachers, it's not, it's fixed. So you're stuck with it there. And that's good. So you always know where it is and it will stay there. The in-out device on this machine, and I think on all of yours, is this little bar, and you'll see it set. Somebody just get up and walk through the, yeah, thank you. Out, in, and out means the needles are out of service, and when you spin the dial around, they don't come out. When it's in service or in work, I got it in the wrong place. You see they pop out like they're gonna knit. And that's important because sometimes you'll need them in and sometimes you're out. Does anybody watch Project Runway? Yeah, I see some of you will be in and one of you will be out. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
And I have to talk to myself when I do that. In means in work. And out means out of work. And I want to think about it the other way. In means not working, out means.
because she
I
thought
have to
that,
talk to myself about.
yeah, she thought that out meant the needles were coming out to grab the yarn.
Don't confuse.
I think, don't say that.
Yeah,
No,
no, it's in and out,
in work, out of work. In work, out.
right?
But sometimes when I'm setting it up, I just have to test it one time just to make sure that I still have the right definition.
Good job.
Really, the only other thing on here, on the tablet plate that we can see unless we take it apart is the timing screw, dial, and there's some scratches on the surface here. This should already be timed for you. Some of you, probably yours doesn't have that on the top. Oh, it does? Good, because the other way is awful. Lorinda's way is awful, isn't it?
But you say this is.
Oh.
See,
Mine's already, they did mine last time I was here.
Oh, yeah.
yes,
fine.
it's time to say.
I was thinking of this timing down here.
Oh, okay.
Adjusting where your fin is awful.
So this timing, this is the way it was, I have never even used it.
Good.
Does it just stay there forever?
Yeah, pretty much.
I know, I wish I would have read
Yeah.
that, saw that video before I started messing with my tension.
Well, no, attention is okay,
My tension.
but I don't think I've ever changed my attention, and you have never changed yours, and we've had our machines forever.
Our machines, because we have patch machines too.
Yeah,
Not bad to find this spot.
so, but if something is screwed up, that could be something that you might want to look at. Or someone you take it to and look at. All right, so in order to rib, you've got to be able to knit a sock. You know, you can't rib unless you have a sock, ability to make a sock. And the point of ribbing is to avoid the dreaded hung hem sock. Because I cannot stand reaching in and picking that up. I do it when I make shorty socks, but this just drives me nuts. It's too tedious for me.
Ooh, that's too tedious, and having that thing on there, and you're freaking out the whole time.
No, it's not a freak out. You need to change your mindset.
I know. No,
Yeah, no, really,
I'm
it's,
scared.
no, well, and actually, that was gonna be my next point, is that you shouldn't be scared of it, because you don't have to worry about what's going on in here if your machine is tuned and you can knit a cylinder or a tube or whatever, because you've got your machine set, you've got your tension set, you know, the needles are working, the tension's correct, everything's where it should be. So you could sit here and crank this and not look. You wouldn't have to see down in there
Right.
for it to work.
Right.
The ribber is like that. You put the ribber on and you can't see in there. And that, I think, is where people they don't like not knowing what's going
I
on.
need mine to be invisible, so I can see if I drop. a
Well,
stitch. I know I'm watching.
You go home and work on that and let us know. I can honestly say that I don't even think that I need to look in here at all when I'm ribbing. I I just don't think, I can't think of anything that would go wrong with my machine that I would need to look in here. I think you'll see why as we keep going. But my point is, if you have your machine set up for the type of yarn that you're going to use in your project sock, you don't need to worry about what's going on down in here, because it's going to work. And this is something that I've heard all my life with knitting, not just sock knitting, but hand knitting. Does everybody know what I'm going to say? Do a gauge swatch, which nobody likes to do, but it's so important because then you understand the yarn better and how to set your tension to give you the fabric that you want at the end. Most sock yarn is pretty similar, and if you're using a superwash, basically it's set your machine for it and you don't have to worry about it. You know what your recipe is, you know how you're doing it, and you shouldn't have to adjust very much. So this is, like I said, a demo how I rib, and pretty close to how she does with, she has more rules than I do. Just because she's thinks like that and I'm like, yeah, this is good enough. And
I won't make mistakes if I follow the rules.
are you saying that when I make mistakes, it's because,
Because you didn't have any rules to keep you from making.
okay, Mom. Sorry, that was mean. What I'm thinking is, in terms of rules, I do have rules. I don't, by rules, I mean, I don't always start and stop at the same place. I just kind of go wherever, because in the end, what only matters is where you stop when you're done with your toe. It really doesn't matter where you start at the beginning. It really doesn't matter where doing heels and toes, of course. You have to start and stop at your marks so you get them lined up with each other on the sock. But at the very end, you need to finish in a specific spot. But otherwise, you don't have to. So I don't. To set this up, you have to go every other needle on your cylinder, which I've obviously already done. Here is the ribber stop right here. You can't see it too well, but it's there. But what you can see is this blue fingernail polish on the cylinder. And that tells me that the ribber stop is right there. And that's important when you go to put your ribber actually on your machine so you can get your fin underneath the ribber dial in the right place. Okay?
And I marked mine on both sides because I couldn't remember. Okay, I want to leave that one open so I know where my stop is. But I couldn't remember, do I want it to be before or after the spot? So I marked the whole cylinder needle slot. Both sides.
You probably saw that I put all the rubber needles on already. And there are people who think that's heresy and that you shouldn't do that. I like to do it because I think it's faster in the end, because I don't like fiddling and trying to move the yarn carrier and not drop stitches and whatever. So I do it over here. And pardon me?
In every other needle.
This is, yes, with an equal slot, you have to do every other needle, but you also have to figure out that the ribber needle is going to line up with an empty cylinder slot. And I did that before you guys came in. Let's see if I did it right. And again, you need to put the fin in. This thing doesn't cooperate too much. So it's to the left. So fins to the left. You might feel that you're against the ribber stop, but actually I'm down inside a hole in my waste yarn. Oh, thank you. We'll get it. So I need to readjust and make sure that it's really going to hit that ribber stop. This one is a really tight.
Were you just kind of poking your waist yarn out of the way a little bit?
Yes.
So when you put all the river needles in, it's only gonna knit. It's not gonna knit the ones that don't have another needle on the cylinder.
Or
On the cylinder, or there's a needle in the river.
The river.
It's every other one.
But she put them all in, you said. Oh,
Every other.
She put 'em in before.
Yeah, the number that she was made. She did not fill all this.
oh, okay.
That's a match steps.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
She did.
right.
I misunderstood.
That's okay.
I put all the needles in, I was like, wait, but.
Well, I put all the ones necessary. in.
So it's every.
Sorry, I did say I put them all in, and I'm glad you brought that up because I didn't mean it to be.
I was like, maybe that's something.
But you can see as the needle comes out, there's an empty slot here, and that's what you want. And if this were my setup, I definitely would put marks on my ribber dial, either in the front or probably to help it not catch on the tappet plate. But so I know that that's what I line up here, and then I can automatically put these in without having to test it, take it out, put them, it just makes it fast. I'm all about faster with this. All right, so I've got this in, and
Can you, unless you're about to do it and I'm not jumping the gun, what is the word for it, the tappet plate? How do you know that with the pin, how to set that correctly?
I am going to do that. Obviously, this is not in the right place, if you can see, because the pin is way back here, and the screw that it is supposed to push against is over here. And I have a couple options. You have to make sure you're out. You can just spin that around, lift that up, and put it there, and it should be ready to go now.
So if you have it.
Why not?
We can't do it.
Oh, no.
Pardon me?
Out of work, you can lift the pin and just spin it around.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. And I have done it other ways, but
And the pin pushes the screw.
the pin needs to be to basically the left of the screw as it goes, as you're pushing everything around. Now, there's a couple ways you can do this. Is you can add your waste yarn, project yarn before you put this on, which is typically what I do. I just wanted to be sure I hadn't screwed up and put my ribber needles in the wrong place. But this is the way I typically do it. Lorinda does it differently in that she puts her ribber on, then puts her work yarn on, right?
You've already put in your waste jar.
Yes, so
Set up vomit and waste jar.
Okay.
so we just finished E. And I gotta back up and go to D, actually. is where we are. I'm sorry. I should have had a snack this afternoon, but I didn't. Okay, so project yarn is going on. And you'll notice I don't have this in any particular place. I just stopped. You can stop it always at the 3, at the 9, 6, whatever you want to do. I don't do that. Just, I guess I'm rebellious or something. And
Start and stop at the same place.
yes, yeah, it's amazing we're friends. Okay, so I'm starting my project yarn and I have put the tail for the waste yarn over here and the project yarn over here. And my hand will be on the spot, but I'm just holding that up so they both will knit that first stitch. And I just knit 1 or 2 of these. So I get this started. And then I put this on and I can do all the shenanigans I did earlier again to get this in the right spot. Can you hear that hitting? So that's how I know it's where it's supposed to be. And now, oops, I better thread that the right way. Now what do I do? Everything's lined up where it's supposed to be. I knitted forward and got the project yarn started. So now I'm ready to put this in work.
But it's not going to knit the first row, it just lays the thread onto the river needles. It will knit in the cylinder, but it's just laying the thread. Saves you a lot of time and a lot of not digging down there and finding all that and spending to go around the full circle.
Now, one thing that you should notice is when you, this isn't wanting to behave here. When you first put your dial and a cent ribber, we'll call it, into work, there will be a needle that pops out. And it was this one, and it won't go back in now because I advanced it just a little bit. That it will be the first one that ribs. It will not be back here where we started. So your yarn carrier is here, and you can't use your yarn carrier as your counting point. Like if you are doing a special selvage or something and it says knit 2 rows. Well, you don't count from this. You have to count from here to, that's not right. Sorry, that's not right. You count from back here. Because this one will be the first one, but this will be the first one that ribs. So you'll have to do something with the stitches that are from here to here. And that's where you have to pick up. I'm sorry if I confused you. You can ask questions. Did anybody get confused? You're afraid to say, aren't you?
And so if the river needles were not coming out, then the yarn carrier is not laying the yarn on top of the river needles. So those first few before the river went into play, it's not just a matter of putting it into work, but it didn't go into play until it was a little ways around. The first, it doesn't do right exactly where you think it's sitting.
So
Does that only matter if you were doing something very specific with the selvage? Like if you're just trying to do a
Yes.
basic rib sock, you can just keep going around, right?
right.
Got a few stitches that you
But you still have to pick these
still have
up
to pick those up. Okay.
because otherwise they'll unravel.
You know,
Unravel.
so you're not gonna salvage. And you want to get a salvage, well, I want to get a salvage when I start. I don't want to run, and I don't want to have to use some other technique to seal off.
So for the first row, you just go in and you where that first needle popped out over here.
I see what you're saying, it had passed it and it didn't pick it up because it was underneath the.
It was underneath, yes, where the yarn, but behind where the yarn carrier was.
So the needle came out, but there's no yarn on it.
Yes.
So you have to manually put it.
So then you go back and you pick those up, and now you're done.
But that seems like a lot less work than trying to pick up every needle going around the cylinder dial.
And you can do it that way. It will make it tighter minimally.
Yes, it does make it tighter.
I lost, there we go. That mouth wasn't open, so I will pick that bar up.
Tap later here, I have it marked where that first one was gonna come out.
And we have to make sure all the river needles, the clasp is open, right? Put it in.
Say that again.
When you you preloaded the river dial, your needles latches have to be open, right? Okay.
And you were picking up over here, were you just picking up and putting them on the river needles?
Yes.
Okay.
You're picking up the bar, right?
Yes. It's not a lot. There's probably a quarter of your river fitted rib. I feel like I'm dropping one back here. So, what? I mean, that's not hard, is it?
How long were you printing the box before you started using the river?
Because you're.
2 or 3 years. But I was working full time and I had kids, so.
The best time.
I get it, I'm working full time, but I haven't either.
So there's some things that you need to do if you're going to do a rib down the top of your foot. And what you will do is swap out a ribber needle and put a cylinder needle in place of it on half of your cylinders. So I shouldn't have cut my yarn because I could have just. But the point is you make a stockinette stitch on half of your cylinder. Whether you do it in the front or the back is up to you. But this is how I swap them out. It seems to go pretty fast. Muscle memory is good. Some people do it differently. They will pick their spring up and put it on here, and they do something magic and it jumps over and it's all good. But this is fast enough for me, and yeah, I think most people do it this way. But then you've got these that are ribbing or not ribbing anymore. They're doing stockinette stitch for half of it. And if you do a pre-heel, then you go around and you do that, and then you do your heel. And to do the heel, you can't have the ribber engaged. You have to take it out of work. And there's various ways to do that. If you do intend to rib down the top of your foot, you can leave your ribber on and just take the pin out. And then I'm just going to tie this, make a knot. This is, yarn has so many knots in it anyway. Practice yarn.
So I've never done the knot won't jam the machine up.
No,
Not so.
not, unless woman needles accidentally sticks right into the knot.
I've not ever had a problem with it. And see, the tappet plate didn't move. But I stopped in the wrong place. To actually do this, I needed everything to be over here because I can't really move this. And now I dropped all those ribber stitches. So you gotta stop here in the front, take this out and then do it. But then you just raise these up, like you're doing a heel. And you do your back and forth, and then you put them all back into work. Put your pin back in and keep going. And yeah, it works, believe me.
So if you don't have that pin deal, how do you do it? We just.
You have to take it in and out of work.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, that's this. I forgot. All right, I'm sorry it was kind of garbled, but it was the third time.
It was great. No, it really.
Does anybody have any questions?
I got a little confused on, I understand you need to leave the rubber needles in place if you're trying to rib on the front of the sock. But how do you know where to stop the tapping?
Okay, I'll show you. This would come around to this point, just like if you were doing a hung hem and making a heel. You always stop with your yarn carrier in the front,
To the front.
and you do the same thing here.
Okay.
And you take because there won't be any rubber needles here. You don't have to take it out of work, but you should.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a belt and suspenders, so you take the pin out and you put it out of work. And then there's no way this will go around and rib and ruin what you've been doing. Because now when it goes around, it just sits there, which is what you want. So then when you're done, again, you stop here in the front, push everything down.
Okay.
And then you gotta remember to do this
Put it back in.
and this.
Put it back in
Yeah.
at the end and make sure it's lined up where the pin is pushing the screw.
Right. And it should be just because of where you're stopping. But, I mean, that's what you get. And I'll show you the selvage on this.
I've read on a rib socks, one of the rib sock patterns I have, it says if you're using a 54 cylinder, you do 1x1 to switch to 3x1 or 5x1. It says there were multiple cylinders in the pattern, but it said if you were using the 54, switch to 5x1 versus 3x1. Why would that matter? Is it because the 5x1 is more wide?
Right, 1x1 can be pretty tight.
Can be pretty tight. So
Pretty
3x1,
tight. So if
5x1 gives you a wider sock if you're trying to.
okay, last year, I forgot this year, last year I bought some commercial socks
Mhm.
and they had about 12 rows of 1x1 and then they switched it 3x1, 5x1 or whatever they.
So it can be whatever with the 54 cylinder. I'm asking because I'm about 54 while I was here.
Yeah.
Kid socks, but for small women's socks too. So it could be whatever combination
Whatever the
works.
combination, the mathematical combination that works. And
Right.
you can also cheat on that so that you can have a 3x1, but if it works better to have on the side 2x1 or something
Yeah.
like that, because you don't want to go all the way around the foot, then you can do that.
But you have to start out with a 1x1.
You have to start with a 1x1, right? And
1x1.
generally, how many rows do you need to do a 1x1 before you switch? If you want the minimum amount before you say.
I like the look of a 15-row 1x1, and then I do my other, just like a commercial sock would have a very short initial one.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, you can do all kinds of things after you get that set up and make like I like to do a 3 and then purl, knit, purl, and then 3. So between the 3 and the 3, there's 1 row of 1.
Understand.
But it just needs.
You need the right number of.
Right, you
Lot.
have to be able to divide into the number of cylinder nails you have.
Okay.
So,
There was a question about salvages. And that information is on the top of the second side of the page. So there's more than one way Juanita gave us some information, and actually she just took that information straight from what she was doing with a flatbed, and she was using flatbed getting at the same time, and she also brought us that, so this is how it works with the salvage. And you can do it, this is what I frequently do, it's, I start up my knitting, and I get all the needles in, and I do one row with, I just do it, I just do the first row is just knit, and then I just go ahead and do the salvage there at the same time.
So the row that you're loading your needles and knitting around, you don't count that, right?
You don't count that.
That's
because-
just getting to the,
Because the river needles are not there.
okay,
They're just
You're just
hanging
going-
on.
okay.
And so, and she also has one in and two out. So you do one with where you knit everything, and then take the river needles out of play and do two without them working, and then turn out, put them back in.
And if you do that, is it a little harder to knit the last end row?
Is it a little?
If you just do instead of in, out, in, if you do the in, out, out. In,
Yeah.
it's a little harder than around.
It's
It is.
just memory. It's just managing to remember to do what you. plan.
Yeah.
It's not hard, it's not harder, but it's hard for me to remember, and so a lot of times I don't get to that, because all of a sudden I go, oh, oops, or I did it on the first sock, and
No.
I didn't do it on sock number two.
And just, not to drop names or anything, but Juanita actually taught her how to do it.
Right, I wasn't funny or quite that, and Juanita taught me how to do it, and people say, well, no, this isn't right, this is that, and I go, well, let me just go back to the emails, because I have them in my file folder here.
Yeah. It's funny how people take ownership, and, we are all learning, me included, I'm still learning, and,
What's the advantage of the one in, two out versus the one in, one out? Like, why would
I
you do
think,
one versus
thank
the other?
you. Didn't you do?
Sorry.
I don't have much feeling in my fingers, so.
Now,
Try your foot.
By the chair back over there.
Okay. The advantage is it's a little tighter. And it's, especially if you steam it and, set it, it does hold up and be less roughly. I mean, this is pretty roughly,
Okay,
but I didn't do anything special. This was just to illustrate, you don't have to do anything special. You just can go, load your ribber on and go, and you have a selvage. So,
And you can help those ruffles by when you take your scrap yarn off, leave one last string inside your knitting. Hold it, snug it up a little bit. I don't mean to snug it up like it's a tight purse or something, but just snug it up a little bit. And you can either steam it or you can throw it in wash that way and then take it out, throw that extra string out later. And it snugs it up, so this isn't so rough. And when somebody say legacy, somebody used to. Legacy. I respect ruffles.
yeah, and, that's not a bad look, but it's also not very snug. And, there's lots of different ways you can work on that. This is definitely more springy than if you don't rib. But yeah. Tension, yarn, it's all related. Any other questions about anything? All right, well, there's people in there to help you.
That was very good.
Well, thank you. I hope
When you're ready. Hello, I am Heather from Brenda and Heather Yarns. Brenda's over there. You can ignore her. But I'm going to show off her sweater that she's been making in one of our gradients. So the red through the blue is one skein of yarn. She's using a gray for contrast and adding in a sand color at the end. So you too can own some of our gradient yarns because we do very different gradient and striping yarns. Everything from some DK weight, fingering weight. Over here, we have all our self-striping sock yarns, some of our shawls up here. And we like to say that we do all the work, so you get to have all the fun. Oh, card. Yep, there's our card.
Here, I'm gonna,
Yep.
just hold it. I'm gonna, post it in a Facebook page.
Yep.
So.
And we sell online, so BrendaandHeatherYarns.com.